Hello everybody, welcome back to Let's Play 428 Shibuya Scramble. Last time, holy crap. So all the stories pretty much converged with everyone meeting up in Achi's dad's shop, where Alphard reached out to them, and yeah, like it's big, but he wants Hitomi, or at least her blood, so that he can get the virus out there. Or was it Maria? I don't know. It's actually been like longer than usual since I last recorded this. But regardless, everybody there decided to split into two groups: one to meet with Alphard, and one to try and hopefully get into Osawa's lab to get the antiviral agent. And Minorikawa is trying to wrap up the article in time, but ran into some problems with Chiaki tripping and falling. So it's real deep. It is big deep. I am I don't know. Let's ease into the action. Let's start with something a little more light. Let's start with Minorikawa. And yeah, it's a 2-hour block, so we should be beating this today. Hang in there, Chiaki! Just keep it together! Minorikawa rushed to her side and offered her a hand. Surely it hardly matters at this point. You're not going to make it on time regardless. Oh. Surely it hardly matters at this point. You're not going to make it on time regardless, Katayama said coldly. And in any case, if 4-star General Gossip doesn't get released, it's Mr. Toyama's who's going to be in trouble, not you. I dare say the world would be better off with one third-rate gossip rag less anyway. Shut your mouth, Chiaki snapped. If the gossip doesn't come out, I am going to be in trouble. An article I've written is supposed to be in next month's issue. It's a piece I've worked my very hardest on to the very end. A piece Mr. Mino saw fit to put in print. And so if that goes away, if all of that goes away, yeah, I'll be in trouble, all right. Chiaki's legs wobbled as she struggled to get back to her feet. Chiaki, Katayama said, your zeal is a marvelous thing. Worthy of admiration, even. But when it comes to work, results are all that matters. I'm sad to have to put it that way, but I must be honest, it's just common decency. Katayama glanced at his pocket watch. You have 57 minutes and 10 seconds remaining. At this rate, you won't even make it to the interview venue before your time's up. Frankly, I don't think even a further extension of your deadline would make any difference in the end. Damn it! Minorikawa ground his teeth. He wondered if he should just leave Chiaki here and go interview SOS by himself. He could expand the article on SOS, then work a small part of Chiaki's interview piece in to at least fill the layout. Right now, the single most important thing was getting the magazine out the door, for Toyama's sake. But if he did cut most of Chiaki's copy after all she'd done, he might wind up totally killing her passion for being a writer. I have to stop waffling. Professionals don't let their personal feelings dictate their decisions. I can help Chiaki work through her emotional struggles later. Chiaki, that's enough. The young woman got to her feet staggering as she began to climb the stairs. I'm not giving up, she said under her breath. I can't give up now. Though obviously in pain, she struggled to keep her legs moving. Damn, I can't do it. Look how hard she's fighting to stay in the game. I can't tell her I don't need her article now. Releasing the next issue of the Gossip wasn't just going to save Toyama. It would save Chiaki as well. Minorikawa couldn't abandon either one of them. Which left him with a hell of a dilemma. He needed to make a decision. If he didn't stop wavering soon, they'd be out of time. But try as he might, he couldn't come up with a plan. Then he heard a familiar voice from behind him. The taxi driver. If you're wondering what path to take, allow my taxi to be your guide. Hell yeah! Well, look at this dude! Minorikawa spun around to see Kimizuka standing there. Where to, sir? The driver asked. Despite his polite demeanor, his pride was obvious. Mr. Kimizuka, I appreciate the thought, but with this traffic... Traffic? I see nothing of the sort. Okay, sure, but... Minorikawa was well aware of Kimizuka's capabilities, but the prospect of cutting through the chaos that currently filled the streets was more than a little daunting. You know this town as well as I do, there's nowhere you can't go. Alright. What other choice do I have? Guess I've got to trust you. This will be my last request of the day. Minorikawa pointed down the street. Ooh. Bride, Inferno, the Labyrinth, or... Where does SOS hang out? I think they said Inferno. Take us to Inferno in Yura Harajuku. Inferno in Yura Harajuku. The bar? Kimizuka quirked an eyebrow. Yes. Is something the matter? No, nothing at all. Hurry up and get in. As soon as Minorikawa and the others had climbed into the cab, Kimizuka tore off through Shibuya's network of narrow side streets. Passengers in the back seat jostled roughly back and forth to the sound of screeching tires. This is altogether far too excessive. Katayama murmured, wincing as his head bounced repeatedly against the window. To think we allow such inconsiderate driving here in this country. Chiaki, meanwhile, had opened her laptop and was somehow working furiously to finish her copy. The sound of her fingers clicking across the keys echoed within the vehicle. How's it going, Chiaki? Minorikawa asked. Just a little more. Her eyes were glued to her monitor, her face all seriousness. Kimizuka glanced over at Minorikawa. If I may ask, sir, what business do you have at this bar? Just a little interview. Here a local gang called SOS uses the place as their big hangout. You're interviewing SOS. Sir, I feel it might be best not to get too involved with that lot. There's something about the driver's warning that seemed a little off. Do your taxi driver connections tell you what SOS is up to? Minorikawa asked. Originally, they were something of a vigilante corps, in the name of keeping the neighborhood clean and safe. But lately I hear nothing but bad things about them. Those loan sharks had said something very similar. Minorikawa reminded himself that he'd better be on his guard. Katayama chimed in. And just how do you plan to go about interviewing a gang like this? That's nothing for you to worry about. I have a plan. Oh, and just what exactly is this plan? It's a secret. Katayama gave him a derisive grin. Clearly he wasn't impressed. Minorikawa turned to look at Chiaki. She appeared too engrossed in her copy to even hear the conversation. I realize this is for work, Kimizuka said worriedly. But do you really need to take such risks? Yes, I do. Minorikawa thought back to that look on Toyama's face. The look when he'd finally regained his confidence. He couldn't let Heaven Publishing go under. Toyama provided the canvas on which Minorikawa shared his art with the world. Thinking about it now, Minorikawa realized he'd always been chasing Toyama's shadow. Though it was galling to admit, that man had been the ideal Minorikawa strove to live up to. That was why he hated seeing Toyama reduced to such a pathetic state. He wanted Toyama to remain indomitable, to keep busting down any and all obstacles in his own peculiar way. Still, Minorikawa wasn't about to voice these feelings aloud. He felt more than a little embarrassed to be taking it all so personally. You take on a job, you give it 100%, every time. That's what makes you a professional, he said. Wouldn't you agree? I do indeed, Katayama chimed in. But you have to demonstrate that 100% in the limited time you have left. which, by the way, is 51 minutes and 30 seconds. And I will not budge in the slightest on that submission deadline. Please do keep that in mind. The man took another look at his watch. I've got half a mind to break that thing, Minorikawa told him. Breaking my watch will not stop time. Minorikawa shot him a furious glare, but Katayama's composure was unwavering. The guy was unflappable, and the only way Minorikawa was going to be able to put him in his place was to meet his damn deadline. Easier said than done, though. He'd want to use 30 of the 51 minutes he still had to write his article. That only left him 20 or so to get the material. Kimizuka suddenly slammed on the brakes, and the cab skidded to a halt. Minorikawa stared through the windshield in shock and saw a smallish, boxy minivan weaving erratically along the road. Whoa, look out! That thing's heading our way! Don't worry, sir, the driver replied. Just leave this to me. Keeping his cool, Kimizuka dexterously steered them clear of the oncoming vehicle. As the minivan sped past, an eerily cold breeze wafted over the taxi. The vehicle was being driven by members of the Wandering Angels theater troupe. They were on their way to return the dry ice machine they used in their performance to Indo Electronics. The machine is malfunctioning, continually spitting out white plumes of carbon dioxide. Troupe members inside the van are beginning to suffer from oxygen deprivation and are driving through Shibuya in a daze. Will they be able to make it to Indo Electronics in the end? Couldn't they just roll down the windows? What the heck was that? Minorikawa asked. I'm not sure, Kimizuka said, but let's hurry on our way. Nimbly manipulating the gear stick, he stomped on the gas once more. Here we are, sir. They pulled up outside of a dilapidated old pool hall. You're a lifesaver. Minorikawa clapped a hand on Kimizuka's shoulder. Just be sure to be careful, sir. Minorikawa nodded. Huh? What? Chiaki asked, looking up. What are we being careful about? Nothing, Minorikawa said. You just wait here in the car. You still got that copy to finish up, yeah? Well, yes. Alright then. Chiaki frowned but resumed her typing. And you wait here too, Minorikawa said to Katayama. But of course, that goes without saying. Incidentally, you have 49 minutes and 6 seconds remaining. Minorikawa did some quick mental math. With the half hour he'd already set aside, that left him 19 minutes, quick maths. However dangerous SOS might be, he couldn't afford to hesitate for even a single second. Bracing himself, he stepped out of the taxi and headed for the pool hall. Phew! Minorikawa took a deep breath as he approached the grimy door. Here goes! He drew his leg back and gave the door a hearty kick. The mob of young men inside the bar turned as one at the sound of the door crashing open. Who the hell are you? Several of them started toward him belligerently. Just calm down and hear me out, he said. I've come to interview you. Interview us? What the hell for? These were hot-headed punks, all right. They seemed to be itching for a confrontation. Minorikawa felt like a punch might come flying his way at any moment. Then another voice called out from further back. Hold up, guys. It was a young man seated in the far back corner of the bar. His air of authority marked him as the gang's leader. That must be Susumu, then, Minorikawa thought. When you say interview, do you mean for TV? Or like a magazine? Mind telling us who you are? The name is Minorikawa. I'm a freelance journalist. I'm doing a magazine piece about young people in Shibuya. All I'm asking is just for you guys to answer a few questions. Here's the answer to the science quiz from last time. Methane! I forgot what I said. For my choice. Methane has been tapped as a potential new energy source to replace fossil fuels as or atomic power. but there are concerns about his tendency to exacerbate the global warming process. He is extremely flammable. The methane produced by food waste has been known to cause garbage trucks to catch fire. Wow, that's frightening. Huh. Susumu sounded less than enthused. Just 5 minutes, Minorikawa said. What do you say? Nah, I'm not in the best of moods right now. Go on, get out of here. Right, Minorikawa thought. He's going to make things difficult. But he hadn't expected these troublemakers to just up and accept an offer to appear in print. Now is when the real battle would begin. Guess I'll just have to write my piece without your help then. Susumu took the bait and shot him a look. Right about what exactly? Your little warehouse raids. Warehouse raids? Susumu raised an eyebrow. What are you talking about? Really now? You're gonna tell me you don't know your boys are dealing in stolen goods? SOS doesn't steal, man. You don't know what the hell you're talking about. Oh yeah? Why don't you ask those two over there? Snitch! He'd spotted the two fellows he'd seen arguing earlier at the scene of the explosion. Now he pointed them out. Their faces betrayed their alarm. Susumu glared at them. Is this true? They averted their eyes and said nothing. I asked you a question. Have you been stealing stuff? After a long moment of surly hesitation, both young men nodded. You idiots! Susumu marched up to the two and without warning decked them both. How dare you sully the SOS name! As the two gang members cowered, he continued to punch them repeatedly. Okay, enough with the beatdown. Minorikawa stepped up to intervene. Let's get down to business here. I won't reveal anything about the warehouse raids. In exchange, you give me my interview. How's that? Not a bad deal, I'd say. But Susumu ignored him, continuing his pummeling of the pair. Whoa, hey! Nobody's gonna play nice with a guy who flies off the handle and beats on people, you know? What'd you just say? Well, look at yourself. You're clearly not the cream of the crop here, kid. At that, Susumu's fists finally fell still. The rowdy bar went completely silent. Say that one more time, I dare you. I'll put your ass in the ground. The gang leader's eyes were red with rage. Minorikawa snorted, unafraid. That's the exact sort of line I expect from a total wuss who's all bark and no bite. Shut your damn mouth! Get the hell out of here! Oh, this is hilarious! SOS's top dog is such a yappy little puppy. Susumu snarled like an animal. You son of a bitch, I'm gonna beat your ass. Mr. Mino, I'm all finished. Uh-oh. What the f... Okay, first time ever seeing that word. An ebullient voice resounded suddenly through the bar. Cheerful and full of energy. Originally, the term indicated a state of bubbling or boiling, so it's effectively a fancy way of describing someone as bubbly. Chiaki! Minorikawa looked and saw that both she and Katayama had appeared in the doorway. I finished my copy! Could you please look it over for me? She thrust out her laptop proudly. Susumu stared in bewilderment. Who the hell are you? Oh, I was under the impression you SOS folks were, being interviewed. Chiaki broke off haltingly. Yeah, you're right about that. One by one, gang members started to close in around her. Well, it's just... You look like you're really angry is all. Oh, do we now? That's because we are pretty damn angry. Good grief, Katayama groaned. It would seem that getting your interview is quite impossible. By the way, you only have another... You shut up! Minorikawa snapped as Katayama peered at his watch. Did I say up here? No, it just sounded like that because Katayama peered. So, yeah, alright. Just leave this to me. You two hurry up and get out of here. No way, Chiaki said. What? Why not? Because I want you to read my copy, Mr. Mino. She looked him right in the eye. Alright, this was no time for an editing session. He had to wrap up the SOS interview and fast. He didn't have much of a choice. He'd postponed the interview to read over Chiaki's copy. He understood how she felt, but this place was too dangerous. It was time to get Chiaki and Kaneyama out of there. Maybe they'll respect the grind if we just sit there and read the copy? He didn't have much of a choice. He'd postponed the interview to read over Chiaki's copy. "Alright," he said. "Let me see your laptop." He had out his hand and started to make his way over to her. Whoa! Before he could reach her, though, the SOS punks had Chiaki and Katayama surrounded. "Ooh, what's this? Something important?" One of the gang members reached out to grab Chiaki's computer. "Knock it off! Don't touch that!" She struggled to resist. "Leave the girl alone, you scumbags!" Minorikawa barked. The young men in the bar stopped and turned. Susumu was quick to respond. "Screw you, man. Who are you calling scumbags here?" "Any guy who raises a hand to a lady is a scumbag. If you're looking for a fight, you can fight me. Just get your hands off the girl." Minorikawa did his best to look unafraid as a couple dozen gazes, vicious gazes at that, now turned back on him. "Bring it on," Susumu said. "Hey, someone go stand lookout out front." He snapped his fingers sharply. "Get him!" At the signal, Susumu's men quickly closed in on Minorikawa. Are we about to see that he's like a hidden martial arts master or something? Due to the fact that he was giving Miku, you know, like the info on dojos she could go to. Nope, he's about to be. Yep, he's about to die. It was like being caught up in a tsunami. He took a hard punch to the face and his vision went blurry. Before he could react, he was hit again, twice, thrice, with punches and kicks. The moment his first assailant paused, another joined the assault. 4 blows, 5 blows, 6. Minorikawa lost count somewhere around 30. A metallic taste filled his mouth, and he could feel his consciousness fading. All the strength was being battered from his body. He couldn't even tell if he was standing on his feet or lying on his back. Then finally he felt himself crumple to the floor. Even then, the beating did not let up. As he writhed helplessly, the young men kicked him in the gut over and over. "Stop it!" he heard Chiaki shriek. "You're going to kill him!" Eventually, Minorikawa forced himself to go limp. Finally, the kicking stopped. "Aw, crap," one of the thugs muttered, sounding panicky. "Do we take this a bit too far?" "Mr. Mino!" Chiaki rushed to Minorikawa's side, sobbing. "Please," she cried out, "answer me!" He held his breath and said nothing. "Mr. Mino!" Tears streaked down her cheeks. She shook him desperately. "Don't worry," he gasped out at last, holding up a hand to stave her off. She let out a yelp of surprise, staring at his battered face. He could feel blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. He turned his grisly visage on the gang members as he painfully rose to his feet. Holy shit, what? What? I thought I was about to get a bad end. Abruptly, Minorikawa broke into peals of mocking laughter. Mr. Mino?" Chiaki stared at him aghast. Wah ha ha ha! He only laughed the harder. "It seems he took a few too many blows to the head. The poor thing." Katayama averted his eyes, unable to watch. Wah ha ha ha! Minorikawa shot out an accusing finger out at the crowd. "Looks like I win this round." What?" Susumu blinked, dumbstruck. "Same. Don't you get it?" Minorikawa said thickly around his bruised tongue. "What am I saying? You're a bunch of idiots. Now then, if you'll pardon me." Oh, I get it. Minorikawa was halfway to the exit when Katayama's exclamation rang out. You were planning all along to let these guys beat you up, huh? Minorikawa jerked to a halt, his shoulders trembling. You knew they'd turn down the interview. And so, by letting yourself get beat up, you'd have something to put in an article, yeah? It's a bit bogus, maybe, but I guess it's one way to get material to fill your pages. Minorikawa broke out into a cold sweat. Shut up, you idiot! But Katayama continued with his oh-so-brilliant analysis. That really was his plan all along, what? You sure pulled a fast one on this gang here. I wonder what sort of headline your piece should have. The twilight of Shibuya's legendary street crew. Former vigilante squad, now mere gang of common thugs. Something like that, maybe? Susumu stared daggers at Minorikawa. Go on. I dare you to write that up. Then we really will put your ass in the ground. He moved to block the path to the door, clutching a broken beer bottle in one hand. You moron! Minorikawa bellowed at Katayama. I was this close to pulling it off. Oh well, that's a shame, isn't it? Katayama replied. Minorikawa rolled his eyes. Gee, you think? Susumu slowly advanced on them, beer bottle at the ready. Incidentally, Katayama said, you have 40 minutes and 7 seconds left. Good luck. Minorikawa hung his head. Was everything futile? Futile at this point? I always say futile. Hopeless, pointless, ineffectual. Not to be confused with feudal. Alright, so futile. Okay, which refers to the socio-political system of the Middle Ages involving lords and vassals and fiefdoms. Oh no. Alright, cool your jets. I'd say that's quite enough. Oh, the taxi driver! Yo! Susumu stopped and spun around. Kimizuka had entered the bar. The taxi driver stared out sternly from behind his sunglasses. All the young men in the bar fell silent. Minorikawa and his companions exchanged glances. Aw man, you? Susumu's face twisted up in awkward embarrassment. Kimizuka's tone was light and playful, but intimidating nevertheless. Whoa, hey now. That's no way to address your teacher. What? Teacher? Minorikawa blurted in disbelief. Kimizuka nodded. Yeah, until last year I used to be a teacher. But I got into a bit of a dispute with my school, so I moved on. These guys in here are all former students of mine. Sorry that there's such a bunch of good-for-nothings. Wow, Chiaki said. I'd have never guessed. Me either. I thought since I wasn't their teacher anymore, it wasn't my place to butt in, but I couldn't sit idly by and let one of my customers take a beating. Kimizuka turned back to Susumu. This guy totally played you, every last one of you. Susumu bit his lip in frustration. Still, it's hard to imagine anyone would want to take a beating from this many guys all at once, so it's hardly your fault for falling for it. Kimizuka had switched gears from taxi driver to street smart mentor. Did I say street smart mentor. You guys lost this one, he said. And for that, you need to give him his interview. No way. Susumu looked disgusted. Look here, kid, Kimizuka said. Let yourself save some face and help the man out. And maybe you won't come off as a bunch of total idiots in this article. He flashed an amicable grin. Well, when you put it that way, fine. Alright. Susumu blew out his breath in resignation. Susumu, you can't just let yourself cave like that. The remark had come from a particularly nasty-looking young fellow who slouched on the bar sofa. Minorikawa recognized him. The kid he'd encountered earlier that afternoon, wandering around with a wooden cudgel. You shut up, Kiryu, Susumu said. So what? You're just gonna let SOS make a mockery of itself? Kiryu demanded. The gang leader let out an annoyed growl but said nothing. And you still think you've got what it takes to run Shibuya? Shut up! I've already said I'll do it. Kiryu sneered sullenly at Susumu's outburst. Mr. Mino! Minorikawa was just letting out a sigh of relief at being able to get his interview when Chiaki scurried back up to him. Please, can you read my copy now? Her face showed a strange mixture of confidence and unease. All right, he said resignedly. Let me see it. The proofing deadline was drawing steadily nearer. Still, if the piece wasn't good enough, he'd have to make her rewrite it again. He wasn't going to compromise on quality. Bracing himself, Minorikawa stared at the monitor. Chiaki swallowed hard, so anxious that it was audible. Minorikawa gave the piece a fast once-over, then read it again more closely. When he was done, he closed his eyes, considering. Chiaki held her breath, waiting for his response. It's okay. She looked back at him blankly for a long moment. Really? It's really okay. Is it really, really okay? It really is really okay. Minorikawa watched in surprise as she broke down in tears. Oh, thank you so much! Aw. Chiaki bowed profusely. He gave her an affectionate little ruffle atop her head. Like, hey, you did it there, sport. You wrote a good article there, champ. She wiped her face with her palm, scrubbing the tears away. So I guess I never really told you what sort of articles I want to write and all. No, I don't think you have. Well, I mean, I want to write socially conscious exposés like you do, Mr. Mino. And so, to hear you say that an article I wrote is okay, it makes me really, happy, I guess? Or maybe moved? Her eyes were still bright with emotion. Well then, really? There was actually another writer who took inspiration from his work and who strove to be like him. Minorikawa had never thought a day like this would come. It was a peculiar feeling. He'd always been the follower, chasing after interviews in order to be more like Toyama. It made him feel both bashful and proud that the skill and soul he'd honed might be passed on to the next generation. Right, I should be off. Mizuka gave Minorikawa a slight nod. Minorikawa returned the gesture, but more deeply. You really have been a tremendous help today. I'm not sure where I'd even be right now if you hadn't been there for me. Oh no, not at all. I was just driving the customer around to where he asked me to go. Oh, that's right. I still owe you a fare. Opening his wallet, Minorikawa saw he had only a 10,000 yen bill. Still, now was no time to be frugal. Keep the change, he said as he handed it over. But even as he said it, Kimizuka was already handing him some money back. Here, I insist. The driver had already counted out the exact change in advance. You really are a pro, huh? Minorikawa took the money and stuffed it into his pocket. We'll meet again. Somewhere out there on the streets of Shibuya. Mizuka pointed his index finger at Minorikawa's face. Minorikawa responded in kind. Friendly point. After that, the interview with SOS went off without a hitch. Now that the tension was diffused, these were just a bunch of ordinary young guys. The juxtaposition of their appearance and their behavior would make for an interesting piece. So, about what you said earlier, Susumu said once Minorikawa had finished his questioning. About how I'm not the cream of the crop. Oh yeah, that. I just had to get you worked up. Don't worry about it. Well, let me just ask you what you really think, then. How do you think I could be a better leader? I don't know. I'm not really the sort of guy who wants to stand at the top, you know? But I guess I can tell you two things that'll make things go more smoothly with you and your buddies. Susumu leaned in, listening intently. Forgiveness. And also trust. Minorikawa chewed over his own words. The events of the day replayed in the back of his mind. He'd forgiven Toyama for his faked suicide, and trusted that he'd regain his reporter's edge. He'd forgiven Chiaki for her bungled interviews, and trusted that she'd grow as a journalist. In the end, that's what it was that had helped him through. Forgiveness followed by trust. Susumu grumbled softly. Forgiveness and trust, huh? Doesn't sound so easy. People gravitate towards somebody who can handle things when they get tough. With that, Minorikawa got to his feet. Now we've got all the articles we need covered. Chiaki rushed over to his side. Well, I guess we still need Mr. Toyama's piece. I just got off the phone with my office, Katayama said casually. It seems they've already received the data from him. Whoa, what? Guess he really can get the job done when he applies himself. Minorikawa felt an inner surge of pride. Now then. He indicated Katayama. How much time do we have left? 30 minutes remaining, Katayama replied, eyeing his watch. 30 minutes, huh? Looks like we might make it after all. Chiaki, laptop. Right. With a beaming grin, Chiaki held out her computer. Minorikawa got ready to start typing. But then a young man barged into the bar. Oh, shit! It's Achi. He's come to ask members of SOS to help with the planned operation down at the Scramble. I can't jump there yet. What? The newcomer hurried over to where Susumu was sitting and promptly prostrated himself on the floor. Whatever this was about, it looked like a big deal. Who was this kid? The gang's feelings looked decidedly mixed. I need people to bring a guy down. I'm here to ask for your help. I know I have no right to ask you this, but please, I really need your help. As Minorikawa listened to the young man's conversation with Susumu, he could feel his blood start pumping. It sounded like they were talking about the terrorist plot in which Shibuya had become embroiled. Hey, Chiaki, he said quietly. Did you hear that just now? I did. I'm not sure I follow all of it, but it definitely has the whiff of a major scoop. Minorikawa shot her a daring grin. So what's the play here, Chiaki? We interview him, of course. But we only have 30 minutes left, right? So we take 10 minutes for our conversation. Use the remaining 20 to write up the piece. I'll help you out. You learned good, kiddo. Minorikawa ruffled Chiaki's hair again. They both blushed profusely, gripped by a surge of excitement. Why are you doing this? I can't make any sense of it whatsoever. Katayama stood peering at them skeptically. If you write up that piece you just did your interview for, you'll make your deadline. Why go out of your way to trouble yourself further? It's no trouble, Minorikawa said. I'm just doing what a professional does. That's all. Katayama let out a solemn sigh. Good grief. He looked at his pocket watch again, then snapped it shut. Well, if you aren't concerned about the time, then do as you like, I suppose. I'll admit, you made me quite curious to read this magazine you're putting together. Minorikawa and Chiaki rolled their eyes as they turned away. Already, they were making their way over to Susumu and his gang. Interviews aren't over until you have what you need. You refuse to let them be over. You spend every last second you have to do the best job you can. That's what being a professional journalist is all about. Minorikawa cracked his knuckles and stepped between the two young men. Sounds like you've got an interesting story. Mind letting me hear it too? end? Wait, so is Katayama just going to let them have all the time they need? Huh. Well, that was a nice little end there. So then that only leaves Kano then, because I still have to keep out with Achi. Wow, that really ended at 6:30? Alright. And I gotta remember that jump point is there. Let's go. Kano's cell phone rang. He saw Kuze's name on the display. Kano speaking. What the hell are you doing? The director's voice was shrill with irritation. What's the situation with Maria Osawa? I have her in custody, sir. We need to get her into quarantine immediately. I'll send a counter NBC terrorism unit to pick her up. A public security or safety mobile investigation unit belonging to the Tokyo Metropolitan Police Department Public Security Bureau. Oh, okay, and not the National Broadcasting Channel. All right. The acronym, is that what NBC even stands for? Actually, I don't... Well, you got me curious. NBC... Really? Wikipedia is not the first... Oh, there we go. Yep. Oh, National Broadcasting Company. So I guess ABC would be American Broadcasting Company. Am I right? I just want to make sure of this. Sorry, I got to do this for my own peace of mind here. Yep, American Broadcasting Company. All right. Knowledge was gained on this day. Woo! The acronym NBC refers to nuclear, biological, and chemical threats. Why do I always slur biological? The unit not only gathers information and investigates terror incidents that make use of these means, but also deploys relief and safety restoration measures. What's your location? Sir, the situation is a little complicated at the moment, Kano replied. He and Stanley made eye contact. Kano gave him a knowing nod. He knew what he needed to do here. He briefly informed Kuze of the plan to take Maria to the laboratory, but was careful not to mention Alphard. Please, sir, Kano said, bowing reflexively to the phone. Let me handle this. Absolutely not, Kuze exclaimed. There's no way I can allow that. Maria Osawa needs to go in quarantine right now. The act of placing infectees in isolation, such as in a medical treatment facility, in order to prevent the spread of infection. For viruses capable of airborne transmission, an airborne infection isolation room, AIIR, is sometimes used, which employs negative air pressure to ensure that air from within the room does not leak outside. Sir, please, just give us a little more time. Giving her the antivirus is the only way we can save her. If we put her in quarantine, it'll be a death sentence. Kuze let out a growl of frustration. Kano, that isn't your decision to make. Kano had run out of arguments. It was clear that Kuze's only concern was stopping the spread of the virus. Director Kuze, are you just going to let Maria Osawa die? We can't put the lives of everyone in Shibuya at risk in order to save a single person. I know that, sir. That's why I'm asking you to please let me go to that laboratory. And if it looks like we're not going to be able to hack the password, then at that point, a quarantine can... Kano! Kuze snapped. I'm giving you an order. And I'm not accepting that order. Listen, Kuze said. How many years have you been a cop? What do you mean by that, sir? Kuze didn't reply. Is this an order from up top? What's going on here, sir? Please, I need some kind of explanation. Stop it, Kuze said. You sound like a child. This is dereliction of duty. Call me a child if you want, but I'm not following an order that I know isn't right. Kano punched the end call button with his thumb. From an objective standpoint, maybe Kuze was right. They needed to think about more than just Maria. If the Uwa virus spread through Shibuya, it would be a nightmare of epic proportions. Kano understood that perfectly clearly. But still. He looked down at Maria's face as she lay collapsed on the floor. This girl was still alive, and Kano couldn't stand idly by and let a living, breathing person die. Consequences be damned, he wasn't going to be the one to weigh the worth of someone's life. As he stood, still clutching his cell phone, Stanley gently set a hand on his shoulder. You did fine, he said quietly. Alphard is in possession of the Uwa virus. People in Shibuya are already in danger. He may have already released the virus in the city. If he hasn't, he may do so at any time. Right now, what we need to do is get that antiviral and arrest Alphard. You made the right choice here. Thanks, Stanley. I appreciate hearing that. Stanley gave Kano a slap on the back. He was right. At this point, they needed to focus on the things they could still accomplish. So guys, Achi stepped forward. I was going to take Itomi's sister and Kanan to the lab. Maria was in no condition to walk, so they were going to have to take a car, which meant they needed a driver. I only have a motorcycle license, Achi said, and I don't know where the lab is anyhow. I should go with Maria alone. Oh, that was her. Kanan looked over at the others. There's no way of knowing for sure when she might become contagious. We shouldn't needlessly risk exposing more people to infection. She knelt down to gather Maria in her arms. In that case, I should drive. Kind of whirled around at the sound of a new voice behind him. Kimizuka? What in the fuck? No? No! Is this a fucking redemption plot for kidnapping and attempted murder? This better not be a fucking redemption plot, I swear to fucking Christ. If this game ends with him not doing jail time, I'm gonna be so fucking pissed. Tatano was standing in the doorway. You! Achi's face went red with rage. Good. Good. Let the hate flow through you. You! Achi snarled. In the doorway stood the man with the cane. Detective Tatano? Tatano. Kano and Daisuke spoke simultaneously. Now at last, Achi had a name for the assassin. It was a name he felt he'd heard somewhere before. You son of a bitch! Achi roared. What the hell are you doing here? Tatano bowed his head profusely. I am truly sorry. You're sorry? Sorry don't cut it, man. Not after what you were trying to do to Hitomi. I don't expect you to forgive me. I intend to turn myself in to be punished for my crimes. Yeah, you better, you little bitch. Before I do that, please let me do what I can to help you. I think you've helped enough. Achi grabbed Tatano by the collar and drew back his fist. Kano moved to stop him, but Tatano held up a hand. No. It's alright, let him do as he pleases. There was no trace of the menacing expression the man had worn in their previous encounters. Achi scowled but lowered his fist and released his hold on Tatano's collar. Fine. Tomi's sister needs help, so we do need a driver right now. Make sure these two get to the lab and back safely. That'll make up for that punch I didn't give you just now. Thank you. I am so sorry. Daisuke stepped forward. No, I'm the one who should be apologizing. I'm the one who got you caught up in this. Daisuke, we really didn't grow to be very good people, did we? No, not at all. No, guess not. The two men stared bleakly at each other, shoulders slumped. In the end, Tatano said, I guess we were just trying to run away from our pain. Yeah, didn't expect my own son to be the one to teach me that. Achi's turned out to be a fine young man. He is Katone's boy, after all. Guys! Achi stepped to the middle of their solemn heart-to-heart. You can get sappy all you want later. Dad, once this is all over, we're going to go see Suzune, okay? Sure. Daisuke nodded heartily. Hold on, Kano spoke up, turning to Stanley. If these two take Maria to the lab, that leaves just us two to apprehend Alphard down at the Scramble. Is that going to be enough? I mean, Alphard's not going to show up without a plan. The more people we have on our side, the better. And I doubt we'll be able to get any help from the police. Good point, Stanley agreed. Hey, Achi said. I'm here too, and I'm going with you. I'll keep Hitomi safe. Oh, look. Good news, Kano. Now we have 3 people. Stanley let out a sardonic laugh. Kano frowned. Achi, I appreciate the offer, but having 3 people instead of 2 won't make much of a difference. We are not sure of the enemy's exact plan. You really need strength in numbers. If we could set up a dragnet like the task force did this morning, that'd be ideal, but... Come on, detective, Achi said. Don't you have any idea what sort of approach this psycho might take? If I were Alphard, Kano mused, I suppose my biggest problem would be figuring out how to get away after I'd taken Hitomi's blood. Stanley nodded in agreement. I'm betting he plans to involve the Uwa virus, he said. If, for instance, he tells us he's set up a device somewhere to spread the virus throughout Shibuya, that prevents us from taking action against him. Achi swallowed hard. This guy wanted to unleash a killer virus in Shibuya. If he succeeded, then the town Achi had known and loved all his life would become a graveyard. Of course, that's mere conjecture, Stanley murmured. Quite frankly, even I can only guess what he's going to do. His expression was grim. Strength in numbers, huh? Achi said. So you're saying we absolutely need more people, is that it? Essentially, yes, Stanley replied. But not just anyone, mind. If it's not a group that meshes well, it'll hinder more than help. Kano folded his arms across his chest. He looked perplexed. People who mesh well together, huh? Achi had an idea. Nope, not the police. He would ask SOS. If there was anything he could do, it was that. What is going on, phone? I already read that. Anything he could do, there was that. Haha. It was a selfish request. He knew that. Susumu would probably be furious with him, but Achi would just have to deal with that. What is going on? Oh. Streams. Alright. Even if his old pals wouldn't forgive him, if they understood that they'd be helping protect Shibuya, he was sure they'd step up and take action. After all, the whole point of the gang was that it was made up of people who loved their town. Can you give me a half hour? I'm gonna try and see if I can rustle up some people. Kano straightened himself up. You think you can do it? Achi nodded assertively. Just wait here for me, okay? He said to Hitomi. She gave him a worried smile. Alright, I'll be waiting. It'll be okay, Achi did his best to sound reassuring. I promise I'll bring back some help. He knew where he needed to go, the pool hall in Uraharajuku. That was his old gang's main hangout. Running at top speed, he could probably make it in about 10 minutes. Alright! Rushing out the door with a battle cry, loud enough for Kano and the others to hear from back inside the shop, Achi sped on his way. Yeah, but we can't do that because we haven't reached that point. Oh wow, it would have been like 5? Okay. 5 after? Really? Traffic on Dogonzaka was at a near standstill. Had there been some sort of major accident? As Achi ran along the roadside, he heard a middle-aged man screaming angrily. You've got to be kidding me! What do you mean no trains are stopping at Shibuya? This guy was red in the face. I don't know. Just wanted to check the time. I don't know. Should he be nosy or keep running? Every other time he had to maintain like a level of nosiness and not mind his own business. So maybe this is more of the same. What the heck is going on? Achi felt compelled to stop and check things out. Calm down, Dad. The young woman with the man must be his daughter then. How am I supposed to do that? You heard what that boy said. You have to get out of Shibuya right away. Whoa. Achi got a look at the young woman's face. She was gorgeous. He had the feeling he'd seen her on TV before or something. She was probably an actress, but he couldn't recall her name. They never show her face. Well, Achi muttered to himself, might be pretty, but you're no Hitomi. What's more, he broke out into a run. There were a whole bunch of people walking in the direction of Route 246. It looked like folks really couldn't use the trains right now. Was this some consequence of Maria being infected with the Uwa virus? And I'd better hurry. We're the only people who can fix this. Yeah! Another cry to pump himself up. Achi bolted down the sidewalk counter to the throng. Finally, he arrived at SOS's hideout. Two young men were standing by the door as lookouts. Achi recognized one of them. It was a kid whose so-called buddies had tried to shake him down earlier that afternoon. They roused themselves as Achi approached. Hey, I need to see Susumu. No can do. He's in the middle of something right now. The lookouts made no move to let him through. Achi felt a surge of resentment towards Susumu. If he'd still been with SOS, he never tried to post members on guard duty like they were low-ranking Yakuza thugs. Yeah, maybe not use force if we're trying to get him on our side. Achi pressed again. Please, I need to see him. It's important. Just tell him Achi's here. He'll make an exception. At the mention of his name, the two lookouts exchanged glances. Alright, I'll go ask him. One of the lookouts heading aside, leaving Achi alone with the kid he'd helped out earlier. Do they always stick you on guard duty? The boy didn't reply. Back when I ran with SOS, we never needed anyone on lookout. We were just a bunch of guys who loved Shibuya, and who had a fun time hanging out with each other. Oh, skip that. No, that's the summary. No, damn it. There we go. That's all it was, really. Okay. It's not Susumu's fault that SOS changed, the boy said, somewhat fearfully. Lately, it's Kiryu who's been driving things. Kiryu? Oh yeah, that guy. Achi recalled his earlier run-in with him. The guy was an arrogant bully. Kiryu's planning to steal Susumu's throne. What for? The boy took a nervous look at the door before hurriedly continuing. He's trying to expand SOS's influence. And he's got a lot of people on his side. Right now, the gang is kind of split into two factions. Susumu's guys and Kiryu's guys. Finally, Achi understood what was going on. The gang members had all been acting so weird because they were caught up in some kind of internal struggle. What now, phone? More Discord. Okay. Kiryu goes around recruiting new followers by force. And if he doesn't like you, he dishes out punishment. This month alone, he sent 8 people to the hospital. SOS is a total mess, man. This plan of mine might not work after all. Achi felt a sinking sense of despair. If SOS was ravished with infighting, it was doubtful they'd heed the dangerous request he had for them. But even still, I want to be a part of this gang. Oh, even still, I want to be a part of this gang, the boy muttered. Achi peered at him in surprise. Why? They shake you down for dues, stick you on guard duty? It's not a decent way to treat someone. I look up to Susumu. He treats me like he would anyone else, even though I'm way down at the bottom. And it's not just me. Susumu always puts the members of the gang before himself. That's why I want to stick with SOS. Aha! So that's it, huh? Susumu really had been trying his best. And the members of SOS, some of them at least, admired him for it and stuck by him. Thanks, Achi said. The kid gave him a dubious look. Achi didn't know if Susumu would help him out or not, but he knew it was still worth putting their disagreements aside in order to ask. The door opened and the other lookout returned. Susumu says to come on in. Achi nodded and strode inside. Alright, and there's that keep out. Alright. But one moment. Alright, let's return to Kano's story. Yeah, we know. Standing in the doorway, you! I just went red with rage. Wow, okay, I just had to do, like, one button press, huh? Okay, fine. Well, then... yeah, we jump from here. Okay. And now press that. Then we can go back to Achi after we make some progress here at Kano. Achi's protests were vehement, but he backed down at last. Tatano would escort Kanan and Maria to the lab. That left 3 to try to apprehend Alphard. Kano, Stanley, and Achi. Having only 3 people was a dicey prospect, though, so Achi took it upon himself to head out and gather some backup. Tatano got the car keys from Daisuke, then helped Kanan pick Maria up off the floor. Kano watched him warily. There was no trace of the blood-curdling expression the older detective had shown when he was holding Maria at gunpoint. His face was that of a man with a responsibility, the Tatano that Kano had always known, or thought he knew, rather. Are you sure you're okay doing this? Hitomi asked Tatano. You might get infected. That doesn't matter. Don't worry about me. All I care about now is helping you two if I can. He hesitated, glancing down at the unconscious girl he held. By the way, have Maria's memories come back? Hitomi tilted her head. Her memories? I suspect she took a blow to the head when she was abducted. When I ran into her earlier, she didn't even know her own name. Well, she seemed like the same sister I've always known when she came in here. Good. And her memory must have recovered. Kano was shocked to hear that Maria had suffered amnesia, but it explained why she hadn't contacted anyone after she'd been set free. Alright then, Tatano said. We'll be back. Carrying Maria, he and Kanan headed for the door. Detective Tatano. Kano called out, then paused, tongue-tied, when Tatano stopped. There were so many things Kano wanted to say, but he couldn't find the words for any of them. How about just fuck and you? That would be applicable here. Once Maria's safe, I'll turn myself in. Tatano kept his back turned. The words were like a dagger in Kano's heart. Once this was all over, Tatano would no longer be a detective, but a criminal. Kano knew there was no alternative, but still, the realization hit him hard. Detective Tatano. Stop your dithering. But never lose sight of what you're supposed to protect. Ever. Kano snapped back to attention at Tatano's words. That was dictum number 1. The advice that had kicked off the whole Dick diary. I'm not the one you should be worrying about right now, Tatano continued. We need to save Maria Osawa's life and protect the people of Shibuya. Kano bit his lip. Why express regret? Fuck him. He doesn't need your pity. Yes, you're right. Kano did his best to quash his emotions. Then we're good. Tatano gave a slight nod and headed out the door. Detective Tatano! Just before the older man disappeared. God, how about neither? Option C. Kano gave him a silent salute. It was a breach of protocol to salute while in plain clothes and without his cap. So it was the best way he had to let Tatano know how he felt. I'll leave the rest to you. Tatano took one last look over his shoulder before finally leaving the workroom. What? I gotta play as him? Ew! What was with that hand? Kyoto Tatano gingerly flexed his right elbow. It was still a little sore, but it shouldn't interfere with his ability to drive. Does that hurt? Asked the girl called Kanan. No, I'm alright. Good thing I didn't kill you, she said, her tone matter of fact. You ought to thank that younger detective. If he hadn't stopped me, you wouldn't be here right now. Is that right? Tatano looked over at Kano. He was talking to Achi and the others about something. The last time Tatano had seen Achi had been back at Kotane's wake. He felt a surge of emotion seeing how the boy had grown into a fine young man. Are you sure you don't mind driving? Kanan's voice snapped Tatano back into the moment. Yes, it won't be a problem. Back when she'd attacked him on that rooftop, she moved too quickly for him even to get a glimpse of her face. Now that he was able to get a good look at her, he was shocked by how young she looked. And yet there was a cold gleam in her eyes, a glitter of awareness with no trace of emotion behind it whatsoever. In his long career as a detective, Tatano had seen eyes like that before. It was a look he knew well. The look of someone who had killed, and had done so many times. I'm so sorry about all of this. Oh, her. Please look after my sister, Hitomi. Oh, no. Bleh. Please look after my sister, Hitomi said. She bowed deeply. No, I'm the one who should apologize. Tatano would have liked to go on to say that helping now was the least he could do to atone for what he'd done earlier, but he stopped himself there. Nothing he could say to Hitomi Osawa could possibly earn her forgiveness. Silently, Tatano lowered his head. His subsequent actions would have to make up for his crimes. He had to hope that this was possible. Kanan, you look after my sister too. Hitomi bowed once more. You two know each other? Tatano looked at the two girls in surprise. Kanan is my sister's friend, Hitomi said. I just met her for the first time today. What strange series of events could have transpired for Maria and Kanan to wind up as friends? Tatsuno felt a prickle of curiosity, but now is not the time for that conversation. You can mull it over in prison. Daisuke reappeared. He had gone to fetch his car keys. You know where it's parked, yeah? He asked. Same as back in the day? That's right. Over where we always hung out with Kotane back in grade school. All at once, Tatsuno was hit with a surge of childhood memories. I don't care about him, though. The sky was a piercing blue. The droning of cicadas echoed in his ears. A refreshing breeze brought intermittent respite from the heat. During summer vacation, they spent their days here in the parking lot behind Daisuke's house. As Tatsuno and Daisuke played near the stairs at the side of the lot, the blazing sun beating down on them, Katone would always come along with some iced barley tea for them. Damn, she bringing out the good shit. Barley tea? I see you. Two boys would race to see who could drink theirs up the fastest. The cold and fragrant tea flowed down their welcoming throats. Most of the time it was Tatsuno who would finish first. Daisuke often wound up choking and spitting his out. Kotane would flash him a motherly and sympathetic smile. Then Daisuke would grin back at her sheepishly and fuss with his hair. That had all been nearly 40 years ago, but Tatsuno could envision their smiles as vividly now as ever. They were his only fond memories of his childhood. Tatsuno took the keys from Daisuke, clutching them firmly in his fist. Alright, he said. We'll be back. He lifted up Maria, and with Kanan supporting her on the other side, began to head for the door. Then Kano called out to him. Detective Tatsuno, There was a look of sadness on the younger man's face. Okay, more Discord stuff. Sorry, just a lot is going on right now. Don't let yourself become a detective like me. Tatsuno had the words right on the tip of his tongue, but he swallowed them back down. Suddenly seemed petty to trivialize the aspirations Kano had held for so long. Once Maria is turned into a combination safe, yes. Once Maria is a safe, I'll turn myself in. After he made sure that Maria got to the laboratory, he would cease to be a detective, and instead would simply be a criminal. In Japan, a charge of plotting to commit the crime of murder carries a prison term at labor of not more than 2 years. What? Two years? Okay, I guess it is plotting and not the actual attempted murder. Fine. But then there's also the kidnapping, so yeah. But despite the failures that had brought him to this position, nothing he had said up until now had been a lie. Of that much, he could be proud. Never lose sight of what you're supposed to protect. Ever. He had at least tried to be the detective Kano had so admired until the very end. As Tatsuno left the room, Kano saluted him crisply. Ordinarily, a detective wouldn't salute in plain clothes or without his cap. The little breach of etiquette just showed all the more clearly how Kano felt. If Tatsuno hadn't been holding Maria up, he would have returned the gesture. Leaving Indo Electronics, Tatsuno and Kanan carried Maria up a hectic Dogenzaka. The parking lot was less than a minute away by foot. Before long, however, they found their way blocked by a veritable wall of people. It was a riot squad with Kuze at the head. A police squad that carries out security and control activities in order to maintain or restore public order in the event of an emergency. The Tokyo Metropolitan Police Department has 9 riot police units, along with the support vehicle unit, for a total of 10 such squads. These also comprise teams that carry out specific functions, such as the Explosive Ordnance Division and Chemical Defense Unit. Director Kuze. Tatano, what are you planning on doing with that girl? What are you planning on doing with her? I already informed Kano that she's to be put under quarantine. If she's allowed to remain free, all of Shibuya will be in danger. Kanan took a step forward. Tatano could sense that she was about to move in for the kill. Easy now, he said softly. Wait. As skilled as Kanan was, she was no match for an entire armed police squad. Sure about that? I'm not going to take all of them on, she murmured. I'm just going to take the man in charge hostage. Tatano swallowed. Capture Kuze and then run off? It could work. Considering the time limit they were facing, he knew that they had to find some way to force their way through there. Still, given how far they still had to go to reach the laboratory, he wanted to avoid direct conflict as much as possible. Give me 1 minute. No, just 30 seconds. Tatano turned and stared at Kuze. The two had known each other since their rookie days. Director Kuze, tell me. What is it that you believe in? What do I believe in? Yes. But you're always the one who said that you needed to put faith in your subordinates no matter what. Well, yes. Yes, that's right. Kuze's eyes wavered ever so slightly. In that case, put your faith in me. No, put your faith in Kano. In Kano? He believes that saving Maria Osawa will let us save Shibuya. He's doing everything he can to make that happen. Kuze's lips curled into a wry grin. That sounds like Kano, all right. Always thinking in such simple terms. Usually the simple answer is the right one, sir. People like you and me overthink things. We make them more complicated than they need to be. Just consider for a moment. Will putting Maria Osawa under quarantine clear up this case? No, it won't. So long as we don't know how she was infected with the virus, we can't rule out the possibility that other people have been infected as well. Tatano kept his eyes locked on Kuze's. This is more than 30 seconds, my dude. Director Kuze. Right now, what we need to do more than anything is get our hands on that antiviral agent, or drug. We need to be helping Kano. Please, sir. Kuze furrowed his brows and thought for a few moments, then shook his head. Tatano, buddy, come on. I can't do that. You gotta understand the position I'm in. The director's voice squeaked into his childish register. Kanan narrowed her eyes. What's this guy's deal? She whispered. Well, it's hard to explain. But when his voice gets like that, it means... He's not confused. He was serious. He was being completely serious. They were going to have to break through by force. Tatano took a determined step forward. Ugh! Suddenly Kuze let out a pained yelp. Then, as Tatano watched in surprise, he proceeded to collapse onto the pavement. Arg! It hurts! It hurts! Have I been infected with the virus too? He's faking to let them get through. The riot squad immediately rushed to the director's side. As Tatano stood there dumbstruck, Kuze secretly flashed him a knowing wink. Are they going to actually have it in this in the panel? Please. Yeah. That was a terrible performance, Kanan muttered. Yeah, but it was a tour de force as far as I'm concerned. Inwardly, Tatano gave his boss a nod of respect. Slipping past the riot squad, he and Kanan headed for the parking lot. Several members of Kuze's team hurried to chase after them. Don't follow them! Kuze cried out as he writhed on the ground. Everyone stay back! You you get too close to Maria Osawa, you'll be infected as well. Riot Squad stopped in their tracks. Shouldn't they stay away from you too, though? Because the infection? He's a bad actor. Tatsuno and Kanan took the opportunity to hurry out of sight. Darting through some narrow alleyways, they arrived at the parking lot. The area had changed since Tatsuno's youth, but some of the old air of nostalgia still lingered. There it is. He spotted the minivan with Endo Electronics written on the side. Tatsuno gently laid Maria on the back seat. She was still apparently unconscious. Once Kanan had climbed into the passenger seat, Tatsuno hit the gas and sped off. How far is it to the lab? Kanan asked. Normally it would take about 15 minutes, but with this traffic it's hard to say. Tatsuno avoided the stop and go of Dogonzaka, taking side streets as he headed toward Shibuya Station. Once they had re-emerged on the main thoroughfare, however, he spotted a checkpoint set up ahead. Barricades and armed vehicles were blocking the road. The scale of the security effort showed just how grave the situation truly was. Tatsuno hit the brakes. What do we do? Kanan spoke without taking her eyes off the barricade ahead. Wrong voice I gave, whatever. Tatsuno thought for a few moments before arriving at an answer. Talk their way through, find another way around, plow on through. Talk your way through. They talked their way through. Wait here. I'm going to try something. What are you going to do? A little bit of persuasion. Tatsuno reached for the door handle, but Kanan stopped him. Don't, she said, keeping her eyes fixed forward. You'd just be wasting your time. But Tatsuno didn't get to finish his thought. A patrol car came roaring out of a nearby side road. What the? Police cruiser sped past the minivan and cut to the left, turning to head right toward the roadblock. Crashing into the barricade, it plowed on through, not stopping until it slewed up onto the curb beyond. The car's impact had made enough space for another vehicle to slip through in its wake. The minivan barreled on through the checkpoint. Tatsuno wondered who in the world had been driving the cruiser. Tatsuno's phone rang and he picked up as he sped onward. Were you able to break through safely? It's the voice of Detective Kajiwara. What? Tatsuno had thought he was at the Osawa residence. The patrol car just now. That was you? A call came in from Task Force HQ saying that Kano had found Maria. I figured maybe Kano was planning to take her to a Koshi pharmaceutical. And so I thought he'd need to make his way through one of the checkpoints here. But the fact that it was you, Detective Tatsuno, now that was quite unexpected. He let out a weak chuckle. Kajiwara, are you hurt? Oh shit, yo, he hurt bad. Nah, don't worry about me. Just, please help Maria. I made a promise to her father, and I'd save his daughter no matter what. Tatsuno could hear the energy draining from Kajiwara's voice. Understood. I'll keep that promise for you then. Thank you. The line went dead. He crashed headlong through that barricade. There's no way he'd come out of that uninjured. I'm sorry, Kajiwara. Tatano said to himself under his breath. And thank you. He bit his lip, then stepped hard on the gas again. Alright, a keep out for him. So let's go back to Kano. Alright, so back to this jump point, only we're not going to jump, we're just going to go on past him. Alright, left the workroom. Even after Tatano disappeared from view, Kano remained for a long time at attention, his fingertips pressed to his temple. He squeezed his eyes shut, but still the tears he'd been holding back poured down his cheeks. There were only 30 minutes remaining until the time when Alphard had told them Hitomi should be at the scramble. They needed to get ready for action. Is the surveillance camera system still up? Kano asked. Yes, Daisuke replied. It looks like what happened earlier was just a temporary hacking job. Then will you help us? Daisuke inclined his head. What do you mean? I'd like you to keep an eye on the scramble for us. If anyone suspicious tries to get near Hitomi, let us know. Anyone suspicious? How will I know what's suspicious? Like that organ trafficker who suggested you kidnapped Hitomi, Mr. Endo. It's possible that he might be Alphard. Would you be able to recognize his face? Daisuke furrowed his brow deeply as he began entering commands on his keyboard. Yeah, don't think I could ever forget. It's because of him that He left the rest unsaid. A moment later, several of the monitors switched over to feeds from around the scramble. Alright, Daisuke squinted at the images. I'm not sure how much help I can be, but let me at least try to atone for what I've done. Of course, and thank you. Daisuke's fingers flew over the keyboard, and soon all the monitors were focused on the scramble and its surroundings. Then he carefully adjusted the angle and zoom for each of the cameras. Now the whole area was under total surveillance. All they had to do was get their stakeout crew to the scene. Where did Achi go? Kano asked Hitomi. I'm not totally sure, but I think he went to find some of his old friends. Hitomi sounded worried. Friends? Achi used to belong to a gang called SOS. Actually, he told me he was the one who formed the gang in the first place. What? Kano couldn't keep the shock from his voice. Achi was the founder of SOS? How bizarre that the two of them would wind up meeting each other this way. But I guess there was a big falling out between them, so I think he went to try and win them back over. Kano hadn't heard anything good about SOS since Achi had left them. If things had ended on bad terms between them and the gang, getting them to help might well be a lost cause. And even if Achi was able to gather some people up, how much would Kano and the others be able to trust them? It'll be alright, Hitomi said, as if sensing Kano's thoughts. I'm sure Achi will bring back some of his old friends. And when he does bring them, I'm sure he'll choose people we can count on. You really trust him, don't you? Yes, Hitomi said without hesitation. Then a blush came to her cheeks. Alright, then I'll trust him too. It would take about 10 minutes to get from Indo Electronics to the scramble. Kano turned to Stanley. Was planned to head out by 6:50. Stanley gave no reply. He had withdrawn to the edge of the room where he stood lost in thought, his expression uneasy. Kano decided to leave him alone for a bit. Taking a sheet of paper from one of the desks, he began drafting a plan for the positioning Achi's reinforcements around the scramble. Alright, there you go. Or we go, rather. In about 5 minutes, he had drawn up a little map of the optimal places to deploy the team. It included positions for as many as 20 people Achi might bring back. Kano? Kano turned around, surprised to find Stanley right behind him all of a sudden. The American looked haggard. Is something the matter? Kano asked. You need to go to the scramble without me. What? Where's this coming from all of a sudden? Please, don't ask me to explain. Something else has come up and I have to see to it. Sweat beaded on Stanley's brow. Whatever had happened, Kano had no doubt it was something major, and almost certainly it had something to do with Alphard. Stanley, Kano said. Please tell me we're past the point of keeping secrets. Plus, I'm just kind of curious to see myself. They'd come this far together. Surely it was too late to get all tight-lipped now. I'm sorry. I wish I could tell you more. Stanley dropped his eyes. Kano had a vague idea of what Stanley was up to. He probably felt he needed to keep things hidden from his own allies in order to help keep Alphard in the dark. Or at least that was Kano's guess. Alright, I understand, Kano said with resignation. Do what you have to and come back soon. With an apologetic look on his face, Stanley turned and hurried from the workroom. Am I gonna jump to Stanley? So you have me jump to punk-ass Tatano, but I don't get to jump to Stanley? Okay, fine. Or even Kanan. Whatever. Kano glanced at his watch. It was coming up on 6:50. Pretty soon they'd have to head for the scramble. But Achi still hadn't returned. We need to head out soon, he said to Hitomi. He said 6:50, she replied. There's still 2 more minutes to go. Kano let out a tiny sigh. He shared Hitomi's fervent hope that reinforcements would come, but not her confidence. If Achi didn't reappear, Kano would be left to protect Hitomi all by himself. And to try to apprehend Alphard as well. Would he be able to pull it off if it came to that? Except on waiting for Achi and, like, except that you'll be late, or... No, he'd never be able to do it on his own. He decided to wait for Achi, accepting that they'd be late. The clock kept up its steady ticking. With each minuscule movement of the second hand, Kano felt the tightness growing in his chest. A minute passed. 2 minutes. Time was of the essence. They couldn't keep waiting any longer. He told me, I don't like having to do this, but we can't wait any longer. Seeing the look of determination on Kano's face, she gave a tiny reluctant nod. And there's that keep out. Now, I believe there was one in Achi's story. Or one jump point, rather. Or maybe I should just take care of Achi's keep out right here in Minorikawa's story. Okay. Young man. Achi. Let's go. The door opened and the other lookout returned. Susumu says, come on in. And Achi nodded and strode inside. The scent of alcohol and cigarettes washed over him. Susumu sat on the sofa at the far end of the bar. It was where Achi used to sit back in the day. What do you want? Susumu asked immediately. Achi walked up to him and then got down on his hands and knees. Huh? What are you doing down there? The hell is this all about? I need people to bring a guy down. I'm here to ask for your help. The crowd around him flew into an uproar. Peals of mocking laughter rang in Achi's ears. I know I have no right to ask you this, but please, I really need your help. Just some guy, huh? Who? He's an international terrorist trying to get his hands on some wonder drug for a killer virus. If we don't catch him, somebody I know is going to die. And that's not all. He might try to unleash the killer virus here in the city. Susumu burst out laughing. This some kind of joke. You're right in the head there, Achi. The other gang members followed his lead, unleashing another storm of mockery. The laughter continued for quite some time. Yeah, we're asking them for a favor. Being hostile probably isn't the way to go. Achi said nothing. He grit his teeth and stared up at Susumu. He endured the ridicule and simply stared up at Susumu. As patiently as he could, he waited for Susumu to give the proverbial nod. Finally, the laughter subsided, and Susumu crouched down and got in Achi's face. Is that how you go about asking someone a favor? Susumu growled menacingly. If you have a problem with me kowtowing like this, I can apologize some other way still all you want. But don't you care that I just told you Shibuya is in danger? Achi's voice was unwavering. But face it, Susumu, isn't Shibuya the reason everyone here hangs out with each other? If you're telling me you won't do what... Wait, oh, okay. If you don't want to help... Wait, no. If you're telling me you don't want to keep our town safe, then I won't ask you guys for anything again. I withdraw my request. The two glared into each other's eyes. Then before Susumu could reply, an odd man stepped in between them. A jump point? No, I've reached end, right? Yeah. Sounds like you've got an interesting story, he said. Mind letting me hear it too? You again, didn't you already get your interview? Susumu rolled his eyes. I think Grovels here might be telling the truth. The newcomer's face was all seriousness. It lines up with the information I have. Hey, Grovels, you got a second? My name's not Grovels, Achi growled. It's Achi. I'm Minorikawa, magazine reporter, and I know a bit about that stuff you were saying just now. The killer virus you mentioned is called the UA virus. That wonder drug is an antiviral medication. And the person you know who might die is Maria Osawa. Am I right? Achi was almost too shocked for words. How'd you know all that? Norikawa ignored him and turned to the SOS leader. Susumu, he said, something really is going down in Shibuya. What are you going to do about it, boss? Susumu bit his lip. Remember, Susumu, forgiveness and trust. He looked pretty conflicted. Sounds good to me, someone called out. Let's give him a hand. Achi turned to see where the voice had come from. It was Kiryu. You shut up, Susumu said with a glare. Break out of your rut, old man, Kiryu sneered. Achi here is right. Isn't keeping our beloved Shibuya safe what SOS does? He slipped an arm around Achi's shoulders. You're okay with that, right, Achi? Me going against Susumu's orders to help you out? Kiryu's lips pulled back in a broad, unsettling grin. But first, we have unfinished business, you and I. I mean, I'm willing to lend a hand even though you ditched the gang and all. But first we gotta settle our score here and now. You understand, don't you? Yeah, you're right. Kiryu grinned hungrily. Okay, it's guillotine time! A bunch of the gang members started up at the eager clamor at an eager clamor at Kiryu's pronouncement. In a matter of moments, Achi was grabbed from all sides and hoisted up onto a pool table. A dozen young men held down his arms and legs, positioning him so his head jutted out past the table's edge. Kiryu brought out a steel pipe nearly a meter long. It was caked liberally with dried blood. Guillotine! 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 The men of Kiryu's faction pumped their fists in the air, chanting madly. Wait, let me lower this. Okay, couldn't see the waveform. Just want to make sure I'm still recording. Where was I? There. Kiryu licked his lips as if drunk off of their cheers. Glancing to one side, Achi saw Minorikawa speaking emphatically to Susumu. It looked like the reporter was trying to talk some sense into the SOS leader. Boy, you looking crazy. Man, today is my lucky day. I get to take the head of SOS's original head. Achi twisted his neck to peer up at him. Man, what point is there in taking my head right now? Oh my, you don't get it, do you? See, if I send you to the hospital, everyone in Shibuya is going to know my name. And once I've got that big ass sign over my head, I'll be able to unite the town under my banner in one fell swoop. Kiryu's eyes were crazed and bloodshot. Then, it's all the more reason for you to do as I'm asking. If you want to unite Shibuya, you have to protect it first. But if you think you need to take my head to do that, then go right ahead. Even if these guys were all like Kiryu, if this many of them actually showed up at the scramble, they'd be able to do far more than Achi could hope to by himself. The ultimate goal was to capture Alphard. Achi didn't care how they made that happen. He was just sorry he wouldn't get to see it, though, to protect Hitomi to the very end. Okay then, Kiryu brayed. The gloves are coming off. Achi won't back down. Go on, do it! Achi braced himself. Just make sure you keep your promise. Kiryu raised a steel pipe high above his head, and then before he brought it down, he flicked the tip of his tongue from his mouth like a snake. You dumbass, I didn't promise you nothing. Achi strained in sudden panic, but his limbs were pinned down too forcefully for him to have any hope of avoiding what was to come. I knew Susumu was going to stop him at the last moment, but the steel pipe never struck home. I was getting a little worried, though. Just when it was about to smash into Achi's head, Susumu grabbed hold of it. The hell you doing? Enough of this crap, Kiryu. Susumu yanked the pipe from Kiryu's grasp and tossed it onto the floor. Kiryu stood frozen in surprise, a vein pulsed angrily in his forehead. You guys too, Susumu added, glaring at the others. Let him go. The toughs holding Achi down cautiously took their hands away. Kiryu let out a red-faced cry of rage. But we got unfinished business! Ignoring them, Susumu helped Achi slide off the table. Every man gets to make one request in his life that cannot be denied. Do you remember saying that? The word stood up some bitter memories within Achi. Yeah, I remember. But you didn't grant me my request. No, I guess not. That's why I'm going to heed yours, no questions asked. Susumu held out his right hand. Susumu, you are? That'll make me the better man, finally. Achi reached out and clasped Susumu's hand in his. Yeah, Achi said, letting his relief show on his face. You're quite the guy. Susumu cracked a tiny grin. It was the sort of smile Achi had seen all the time back when he'd run with SOS. Suddenly, Susumu staggered and dropped to the floor, falling too fast even to cry out. Kiryu had snatched the steel pipe back from the floor, striking Susumu from behind once his back was turned, asshole. To hell with this, he howled like a madman. SOS doesn't belong to you guys, not anymore. I won't allow it. Achi didn't flinch. SOS doesn't belong to anyone, he said. It's not mine, it's not Susumu's, and it isn't yours. We're just a bunch of friends hanging out and having a good time. That's the only reason we get together. Nothing more, nothing less. He turned and looked slowly around the room. Hey, you guys! Do you all get together because someone told you to assemble? Do you get together to follow someone's orders? No, you don't. Of course you don't. The bar fell silent. Achi could see the young men who surrounded him exchanging glances. They could tell that his words rang true. Kiryu saw it too, and it only made him more and more agitated. Shut up! Enough with the warm fuzzies! Abruptly he charged forward, giving the steel pipe a mighty swing. Achi managed to dodge the attack by a mere hair. If it had connected, the blow might well have knocked his head clean off. He quickly backed away. What's the matter? Kiryu taunted. How come all you do is run? The pipe crashed down onto the bar top. Bottles of beer and liquor smashed and scattered. Come on, what's the matter, Achi? He slammed the weapon into the pool table, sending balls scattered across the floor. Some of them collided with Susumu. Ugh. Susumu let out a faint groan. Smirking at the sound, Kiryu stalked toward him. Speaking of unfinished business... With a gleaming grin, Kiryu took aim at Susumu's head, lifting the pipe up high. Stop! Before he could even think better of it, Achi was rushing for his fallen friend. Heh, you dumbass. Without missing a beat, Kiryu shifted his weight and swung the steel pipe at Achi's temple. Damn. Alright. Hit him with that hook kick. Achi responded with a fast high kick with his right leg. The steel pipe connected hard with his shin, but it was Kiryu who went reeling off balance. Kia, bitch! Achi pivoted and put all his might to a straight right to Kiryu's jaw. The blow struck home. Kiryu's head snapped back and he crumpled to the floor. There was a momentary rush of indrawn breath. Then the bar erupted in wild clamor that practically shook the whole building. All eyes were fixed on Achi, marveling at what they had just seen go down. Heh. Sounds like folks were hoping for a little more of a fight. Susumu got to his feet, his left hand clutching his right shoulder. You alright? Achi asked. Mostly. As my shoulder took the brunt of the blow. The gang members from Kiryu's faction rushed to their unconscious leader's side. Achi shot them a steely glare and they gathered up Kiryu and dragged him out of the bar. I didn't go too far here, did I? Achi asked Susumu. Is this going to cause trouble for you? No, I figured Kiryu would pull something like this eventually. It's only just a question of when. Right. I'm sure he's going to go gather up his own bunch after this. We'll probably wind up butting heads again. Susumu didn't sound especially eager for that fight, but he didn't sound especially afraid of it either. Achi was still worried about a few things, but his friend had clearly grown as a leader. Anyhow, back to that story about you needing some manpower. Will the guys here be enough? There were around 30 gang members still in the bar. Achi looked each one of them in the eye in turn. Some he knew from back in the day, while others were fresh faces. I was born and raised in this town. I'm fond of all the friends I've met here, and this has always been a great place to have a good time. And today, right here in this town, I met someone who's very special to me. And I know this doesn't involve the rest of you, but I'm willing to protect her. Achi knew he wasn't doing a great job of getting to the point, but the members of SOS listened quietly. And so, it's like, he felt like a grade schooler who didn't know the answer to a difficult question. He fussed with his hair and frowned sheepishly. Okay, so I'm not sure how to really put this, but Shibuya is a special town to me because of getting to meet people like that. And maybe... No, I mean, it's like that for you guys too. Don't you love Shibuya? So, help me help this town. He bowed low and deep. I want to protect this girl who means so much to me. And the city that means so much to me as well. I know my answer. Susumu clapped a hand on Achi's shoulder. Listen up, everyone. SOS's original founder is back in action. He needs our help, and I, for one, am ready to follow him into battle. What do you say? Susumu's people let out a hearty cheer. When Achi marched back into his home, followed by 30 members of his old gang, Tomi and Kano were obviously overjoyed to see him. Their happiness raised his own high spirits unexpectedly high. I'm just going to continue on to see if, how far it'll let me go into Achi's story now. He felt a palpable sense of accomplishment. Alright, detective, Achi shouted. Let's do this. His resounding cry echoed throughout the workroom, and the gang set out for the scramble. What's the matter? Hitomi asked Achi as they made their way through the busy streets. What's the matter with what? You look pretty pale. She peered good and hard into his face. Do I now? Are you tired or something? I mean, you're kind of been going all out all day long after all. Wait. Oh my god, cannot read. What the I mean, you're kind of been going all out all day long. After all. Nah, it's nothing. Achi kept his voice nice and bright. I'm just a little hungry is all. So don't worry about me. Or Alphard either, okay? I swear I'll keep you safe, Hitomi. Alright. Hitomi gave him a tiny nod. Just leave it to me. Alphard's got nothing on this guy. He thumped his chest in a display of bravado, but he could feel the sweat beading on his brow. When they reached the scramble, Achi took his place at the location specified by the battle plan Kano had drawn up. He told me it was only a few meters away. Whatever happened, he was in a good position to shield her from harm. There were 3 minutes left until the appointed rendezvous. Achi wondered what sort of person was going to show up. Still, he knew he couldn't scan the crowd too much. He needed to act as naturally as possible so Alphard wouldn't be suspicious. He risked a glance over at Hitomi. Maybe now wasn't the time for admiring, but he couldn't help but think of how cute she looked. In some ways, seeing her there felt similar to when he'd first seen her that morning, in the very same spot. The difference was that this time it wasn't just Hitomi's good looks, and that made him find her so attractive. They might have only spent a few hours together, but in that time he'd learned a lot about her as a person. He knew what it was important to her, what her worries were, her wants and desires. And also, He'd learned what a kind-hearted person she was. Achi recalled what had happened back in the workroom. Even though her own life had been in danger all day, Hitomi had shed tears for his father and his sister. She really understood people's grief and suffering. What do I do if I can't protect someone as good as her? Achi muttered under his breath, clutching his right leg. His shin was throbbing wickedly where the pipe had smashed against it. He'd been okay walking so far, but any intense fighting in the leg might just give out. But he couldn't let himself worry about that now. If it came down to it, he'd be a human shield to protect Hitomi if he had to. Achi looked at his watch. Only 1 minute to go before 7 p.m. He glanced again at Hitomi and saw her eyes widen with surprise. Quickly he followed her gaze across the plaza. He spotted a tall white man approaching. Huh. Alright then, well, back to Kano. Okay, let's jump. My god, just a lot of going back and forth. This is... woo. Alright, so do that. Hitomi, I don't like having to do this, but we can't wait any longer. Seeing the look of determination on Kano's face, she gave a tiny reluctant nod. Her shoulders began to tremble. Hitomi, I'll be alright, I'm just a little nervous, that's all. She had a right to be nervous. Alphard was after the antiviral that she had in her bloodstream. Just one that she had in her bloodstream. It's still there. It's not gone. Once he had it, Hitomi would become a liability that he'd want to dispose of. And right now, the only person who could keep her safe was Kano. He clenched his jaw tight and tried to look confident. Please, just try to relax. I'll protect you with my life if I have to. Protecting Hitomi is my job. Achi, you're back! I said I'd see you through to the very end, didn't I? Yeah, you did. Hitomi gazed back at Achi with grateful reassurance. Ahem? Kano cleared his throat softly, but Achi and Hitomi continued to stare earnestly at one another. Eventually, the tough-looking young man standing behind Achi spoke up. Got 30. Will that be enough? Yeah, Kano nodded. That'll be fine. More importantly, have you heard what we'll be doing yet? Catch the bad guy, keep Shibuya safe. Same old thing we always do. The guy flashed a grin. You got it, Kano said. We'll be counting on you then. With 30-odd people at their disposal, they'd be able to encircle the meeting area no problem. The preparations were all set. It was time to confront Alphard at last. Alright, detective, Achi shouted. Let's do this. Kano gave a firm nod. "9 minutes later, 6:59 p.m., Kano and the others were in position around the scramble. Each subtle tick of the second hand was like a sharp prod to Kano's nerves. His whole body was stiff with tension. They could not let themselves fail. There was too much at stake. Here, now, hundreds of thousands of lives were on the line. With Shibuya on lockdown, the area around the scramble had been seized by panic and there had been multiple traffic collisions. The sidewalks were crowded with scared people, overturned cars and abandoned motorcycles clogged the streets. Amidst the chaos, emergency vehicles sped by at furious speeds. But the fire and emergency personnel and even the police were short-handed. And the whole of Shibuya had begun to look like a war zone. The main roads had been blocked to normal traffic and trains weren't stopping at the stations. In effect, the city was in a state of complete shutdown. Kano glanced again at his wristwatch. 6:59 p.m. and 10 seconds. 11 seconds. 12 seconds. 13 seconds. 14 seconds. He scarcely remembered to breathe. Tomi stood in front of the statue of Hachiko. She wasn't carrying an attaché case this time, but the moment was otherwise a strange mirror of the stakeout at 10 o'clock that morning. She looked terrified. Kano couldn't blame her. Criminals weren't after some case full of money this time. This time they were out for blood. Her blood. Kano did a slow scan of the area. I like how we're getting a little more motion in these now. Yeah, Achi was standing not too far away. His companions were strewn about here and there, carrying on as normal. Here in Shibuya, those guys fit right in with the crowd. And they had the area around Hitomi completely surrounded. Yet again, Kano looked at his watch. 6:59 p.m., 35 seconds. 36 seconds, 37 seconds, 38 seconds, 39 seconds. He forced himself to take several deep breaths. He focused on the sound of his own heartbeat and exhaled until all the breath was expelled from his lungs. And then it all started. Kano's cell phone rang. I've got him. It was Daisuke. The organ trafficker who devised the kidnapping. It's him. Where is he? Kano asked. Is he close by? I've got him on camera now. He's on the other side of the intersection. Kano looked out across the scramble. There were so many people that it was hard to tell who was or wasn't suspicious. Can you describe him for me? The tall foreign guy. The one wearing glasses. A tall foreigner. Kano's eyes drifted over the crowd. It's either gonna be... I knew it! I knew it! It was either gonna be Stanley or him. Aha! There he was, the professor. And as he got closer, Kano's eyes went wide. This man was someone he'd met before. Frickin' Eric Heidecker, I knew it! Leland Palmer. The lecturer from the English department at Hitomi Maria's school. No, wait, is it... Oh yeah, Eric... Is it Eric Heidecker? No. Eric Warheim, Tim Heidecker. Yeah. Yeah, Tim and Eric. Did I get the name right? No, I think I got the name wrong. Wait, do I even know them apart? Oh, shit. Well, from the Tim and Eric duo, he's the one with the glasses. Is he... Alphard? Palmer was walking right toward Hitomi. Hitomi didn't seem to have noticed him yet. When Kano glanced back at his wristwatch, it was 7 p.m. on the dot. And Hitomi realized Palmer was approaching her. She was too stunned to react. He walked directly up to her, the corners of his mouth curling up into a smile. Hello, Hitomi, he said in English. How are you doing? Professor Palmer, what are you doing here? Hitomi's voice came out in an anxious squeak. Why, I'm here to take your blood, of course. This time he spoke Japanese, and with an easy fluency, totally different from his usual manner of speech. I'm the one who injected you with the Uwa virus. I've been waiting so long for the opportunity to arise. It's been quite agonizing, you know, spending 6 months and more pretending to be a mild-mannered English lecturer. Professor, you're Alphard, aren't you? Let's get down to business, shall we? Neither of us has much time. Hitomi stiffened. Please tell me the laboratory password. After I have your blood. This will only take a few seconds. Got a device here that'll make the extraction quite simple. No way. The password first. That would violate the terms we already negotiated. Hitomi and Palmer glared at one another. Alright, Hitomi said at last. Why don't you negotiate with Kanan instead? Kanan? Hitomi took her cell phone out and dialed. But the phone rang repeatedly and Kanan did not pick up. What's going on? Hitomi's face went pale. Come on, Kanan. Kano, standing near enough to overhear their conversation, grew increasingly anxious as he watched the pair stare at the phone. What was the right move here? Should he keep waiting? Oh, fuck! I don't know! Do we spring into action or wait? He had to hope talking to Kanan would work out. Kano waited for the call to go through. But Kanan never answered. Had something happened to her in Tatano? Kano felt his heart pounding. Now then, shall I take what I came here for? Palmer took a step closer to Hitomi. Kano reacted instinctively. Freeze! He drew his gun and trained it on the criminal. Nearby pedestrians scattered in fear. Seizing the moment, Achi darted in to protect Hitomi. We can jump to him later. Palmer let out a tiny sigh. So you're breaking the terms we agreed upon, then? I don't negotiate with terrorists. Kano inched his way closer, his point of aim never wavering. Hitomi, he shouted. Call Kanan again. Again, Hitomi dialed her cell phone. Palmer opened the attaché case he was carrying. One more move and I shoot, Kano shouted. But the terrorist ignored the warning, producing a set of small glass vessels from within the case. If you want to shoot me, then shoot me, he said. Assuming you don't mind this getting scattered about. Is that... Surely you'll need me to explain? Stanley was right. Alphard had weaponized the virus. Doing his best to conceal his horror, Kano tried to sound defiant. Do you even want to test him at this point? You can't let that loose here. And why is that? Because if you do, you'll be infected too. True. But so will all the innocent bystanders around us. A thin smile crawled across Palmer's face. Did you come here to carry out a suicide attack, Mr. Alphard? Hardly. I have no desire to die here. All I want is to get a little of this girl's blood and then go quietly on my way. But that all depends on you, doesn't it? His face was overflowing with confidence. Kano couldn't shake the feeling that something was off here. Something about this man's demeanor hinted at something. Well then, what will it be? Palmer continued. Will you condemn the people of Shibuya to death? Cursing inwardly, Kano lowered his gun. Palmer flashed a triumphant grin, then resumed his stroll toward Hitomi. She stood frozen on the spot. Susumu! The shout had come from Achi, another jump point. In an instant, a dozen members of SOS headed toward Palmer from all sides. Tough luck, pal, Susumu said. Turns out we're not actually innocent bystanders. Now it was his turn to grin. You're completely surrounded. Give up and tell us the password now. And just for the record, we ain't scared of no virus. The tough-looking young men radiated bravado. Without hesitation, they closed in around the kidnapper. Surrounded? You certainly don't look like police. Palmer cast a bemused glance around himself. You're right about that, Achi said. I mean, just take a look. I gathered up a bunch of people who love Shibuya more than their own lives in order to take your ass down. He kept Hitomi shielded behind him while he spoke. There is no escape, he declared. You've lost. Maybe you all can, like, oh, I don't know, grab his arm and secure the vials, just saying. Lost? Me? Well, it sure doesn't look like you're going. Oh, well, it sure doesn't look like you're going to get away. Palmer grimaced at Achi's words. I see. And it appears our negotiations are at a close. Enough of the high and mighty act. Susumu stumped aggressively toward Palmer. Hey, Kano snapped. Easy now. They couldn't risk a scuffle, sending the virus crashing to the ground. What a shame. Palmer swung his right arm up high. Ooh. Everyone watched in dismay as his hand shot up. The vials he'd been holding sailed upward against the backdrop of the evening sky. Look out! Achi shouted. Catch him! Catch him! Wait, it was a bomb? A tremendous blast blew Kano off of his feet. As he crashed to the pavement, searing pain shot through his entire body. He knew at once that a bomb had gone off. But why? It didn't make any sense. Alphard had no intention of carrying out a suicidal terror attack. Kano was certain of that. If that had been his intent, he could have just done so at any time, without going through the trouble of putting on this whole charade. Was there some reason that this guy would blow himself up under these circumstances at this specific moment? As he lay dying, oh wow, Kano had a thought. Could it be? Had Stanley not come to the scramble because he knew this was going to happen? What? That's a bad end regardless. Alright, I probably should have jumped over to Achi. Wait, no hint? Alright, well let's jump to Achi then. Maybe we can avoid that. I guess it makes sense, though, like we're in the final countdown here. No more hints. Was this guy Alphard? The man arrived in front of Hitomi and began speaking to her. Hitomi, Maria, even Achi's father. This must be the guy who was responsible for everything. Unless that's Stanley posing as Palmer? But no, I could have sworn they were both in the same area at the same time at one point. Like when Achi, oh, not Achi, when Kano and Stanley were together, they talked to Palmer. I believe, anyway. So yeah, no, Stanley can't be Palmer. Achi felt a pressing urge to flatten him right then and there. Still, he knew he couldn't blow his cover until Kano gave the signal. Suppressing his raw emotions, he readied himself for action. Hear me, I'll hurt him back. This bill's gonna come due. No, protecting homie has to come. Hitomi, I said homie, has to come first. I can't let anything happen to her. I have to set aside my hatred right now. I just need to focus on catching this guy. Let's go with that. Why hasn't it happened yet? Why hasn't Kano given the signal? Freeze! Suddenly Kano rushed forward, his gun drawn. Ignoring the pain in his leg, Achi dashed for Hitomi as fast as he could. He cut in between Kano and Alphard, quickly pulling Hitomi out of danger. Hitomi! Kano shouted. Call Kanon again! Shielded by Achi now, she brought up her cell phone and dialed the number. But some time passed and there was no answer. Had there been some kind of trouble on Kanon's end? Looking increasingly worried, Hitomi tried calling several more times. Then Alphard withdrew some strange vials from the attaché case he'd brought. Kano's face wavered with alarm. This had to be the terrorist trump card then. Kano and Alphard were having some sort of debate. Achi couldn't hear the specifics, but tensions were clearly running high. Kano hesitatingly lowered his gun. Alphard flashed a haughty, confident grin. Looks like it's time for our trump card. No, it's not. No, it's not. Oh my god. Well, he called Susumu, his signal. The gang emerged from the crowd, moved en masse to hem Alphard in. Surrounded, now the terrorist was visibly at a loss. Certainly don't look like police. Right about that. I mean, just take a look, gather a bunch of people, take your ass down. Pain in his leg was getting worse and worse, but he tried his utmost not to let it show. There's no escape, he declared. You've lost. Lost? Me? Well, it sure doesn't look like you're gonna get away. Alphard grimaced at Achi's words. I see, then appears our negotiations are at a close. Why do you still seem so confident? Something definitely didn't feel right. He really doesn't care if he survives. Oh no. He's going to unleash the virus, accepting that it would kill him too. Alphard met Achi's eyes, and seeing the haunted realization there, the terrorist flashed a wicked and triumphant grin. Enough of this high and mighty act, Susumu shouted. He began stomping toward Alphard, then the dude. So what did I do wrong here? The vials in Alphard's hand was sailing high into the air. Look out, catch him, catch him. Fan out across the open space. And out of nowhere, a huge explosion blew Achi clean off his feet. His eardrums ruptured and his world was engulfed in an eerie silence, as if time had stopped. As he lay crumpled on the pavement, the one thing that still rang in his ears was the tinkling of glass as countless vials smashed on the concrete. So then they weren't the virus, they were nitroglycerin? Yeah, they're really not giving me hints here. Oh man, okay. What am I doing wrong here? Let's see what happens if I jump back to Kano here. But I don't think that'll do anything. There wasn't a keep out, but will this open up like another option? Susumu, the shout came from Achi. Nope. Alright. So clearly I made an incorrect decision somewhere. Let's try the other option for Kanon not answering. At this point, they couldn't count on Kanon anymore. Kano rushed into action. Freeze. Trained on Palmer, but this is the same. Seizing the moment, Achi darted in to protect Hitomi. Palmer let out a tiny sigh. You're breaking the terms we agreed upon. No, and he tells her to call Kaden again, so... No matter what am I doing wrong? I'm just gonna continue along here. Unless I missed a jump point that would have gone back to Tatano? And the fact that there was something in the bad end for Stanley means that he's playable at some point. Alright, how could I even know that's real? It was entirely possible this was all a bluff. Indeed, these could all be a fake. Would you care to test that theory? Palmer flashed a coy smile, holding out his fistful of vials. He began to tilt them slowly back and forth, letting them clink against each other. They were fake. No, maybe they were real. Kano couldn't quite decide, and he couldn't take any rash action if there was even the possibility these were the real thing. Did you come here to carry out a suicide attack, Mr. Alphard? Hardly. Have no desire to die here. All I want is to get a little of this girl's blood and then go quietly on my way. But that all depends on you, doesn't it? His face is overflowing with confidence. Couldn't strike the feeling that something was off. Something about this man's demeanor hinted at something. Will it be we condemn the people of Shibuya to death? Cursing inwardly, Kano lowered his gun. Power flashed triumphant grin. Resumed a stroll toward her, told me she stood frozen on the spot. Susumu. The shout had come from Achi. And he's going to get us all killed. Okay, great. I picked a bluff just to see if that might do anything, but it probably won't. The only chance would be to try to spread the virus around and then take off while everyone was distracted, which meant they needed to just grab the guy and be done with it. Should have did that from the start. Of the high and mighty act, Susumu shouted. Evidently, he shared Achi's opinion. He had to stomp toward Alphard, didn't reach him in time. What am I missing? What am I missing? Do I actually have to jump to Minorikawa despite him being at the end? This is the same ending. I'm at a total loss here. Can't, like, maybe trust him? Stand do what you have to do and come back soon? I'm sorry, I wish I could tell you more. It's alright, I'll find a way to get by. I have a vague idea of what Stanley was up to. Probably felt the need to keep things hidden from his own allies in order to keep Alphard in the dark. Secrecy among friends wasn't necessarily a bad call. That's new. Kind of promised me one thing. What's that? Once this is all over, you'll go have a beer with me. Sure. Alright. Kano couldn't help but smile. It's a promise now, remember. Alright. The promise these two made just now mirrors another made by a certain pair of brothers in the past. Once this is all tidied up, I'm going to need a drink. Let's you and me have a beer together. That was what the younger brother said, and the older brother still feels the pain of that promise going unfulfilled. What? Oh my god. Stanley and Leland are brothers. But let me get to a save. With that, Stanley hurried out of the workroom. I knew I had to have been missing something. Okay. Cause yeah, I was even looking like at the ending, seeing if I missed anything. And when you hover over them, all it says is there's no hints after 6. So this should unlock some things. Okay. It was 6:00 p.m. Alphard had contacted the motley team at Indo Electronics and the situation had immediately deteriorated. But the new developments had also provided them with one big chance. A chance that Alphard might appear in person at long last. You did fine. Jack Stanley set his hand on Kano's shoulder. A weak smile came to the detective's face. Stanley paused, unexpectedly moved. For that one moment, he saw in Kano the image of his younger brother, Frank. Oh, never mind. Jack, you have to get everyone to a safe place right away. Frank's nervous shout echoed through the hotel lobby. Stanley's younger brother was a member of the Bomb and Arson Squad, subsection of the Chicago Police Department's Bureau of Investigative Services, BIS, that handles investigation of bomb and arson-related cases. This was 2 years ago. The CIA had obtained intel that Alphard was targeting a high-class hotel in Chicago for a terror attack. Stanley and his team had searched the hotel interior and discovered the bomb set inside a large planter. When Frank arrived at the scene and saw the explosive, his expression grew grim. The detonation trigger is set in the worst possible place. It's going to be a bastard to remove it. In that case, you need to get out of here too, Frank, Stanley said. No, need to make sure I can figure out how this thing is set up so the disposal unit knows what to do when they get here. That'll be alright. Look, you can probably see it from back there. Stanley could indeed see the small explosive from where he stood. It was held in place by several screws. The timer had just ticked down past the 30-minute mark. There's plenty of time left for the disposal guys to get here. Jack, I need you to help finish evacuating the building. There are a lot of people who haven't gotten out yet. But Stanley hesitated. From a cold and logical perspective, Frank was right. He had a job to do, and if Stanley listened to his personal feelings and tried to usher his brother out of there, a lot of innocent people might die. Alright, he said. I understand. Heck, if we had something as simple as some dry ice, we could just freeze this thing. Frank grimaced as he eyed the bomb. Dry ice, huh? I don't suppose ice cream would do the trick. That'd be a waste of ice cream. You'd be better off just eating it. Of course, even dry ice would be a long shot in the place of actual liquid nitrogen. The brothers looked at one another, and for a moment the tension dissolved into laughter. Alright, Stanley said. I'll be back. Hey Jack, once this is all tidied up, I'm gonna need a drink. So you and me have a beer together. Sure. You got it. Stanley headed for the hotel lobby, which was still overflowing with guests. You made the right choice here. Stanley gave Kano a thump on the back, and the detective cracked a tiny grin. What about my choices, though? Debating his own next move, Stanley stepped away from the others and took out his cell phone. He made a call to his superior, Gordon. It's me, he said. What's the situation? Here the Japanese police want to put Maria Osawa under quarantine. I'm assuming that's on your order, sir? It is. There are too many important people in Shibuya. We can't allow the virus to get loose. Besides, we now know that Alphard is after Hitomi Osawa. There's no reason to leave Maria at large any longer. If we put Maria Osawa under quarantine, she is going to die. I know that, but there will be far fewer victims as a result. Gordon's words made something inside Stanley snap. In that moment, he lost any inclination to report that he was with Maria. Failure to do so would be dereliction of duty on his part. He knew that well enough. He knew it, but the fact couldn't overcome his revulsion at Gordon's callous attitude toward Maria. Victims are still victims, he said. What was that? Nothing, sir. I'll continue my operation apprehend Alphard. Stanley hung up the phone. He didn't care if his superiors took action against him once this was all over. They intended to sacrifice one person in order to save the lives of countless more. From a purely objective standpoint, it was the right call. But what if that person was a loved one? What would they have done then? The dilemma gnawed at the back of Stanley's mind. He couldn't shake the feeling that it was wrong to just accept the lesser of two evils, to sacrifice an innocent for the greater good. No, damn it. He would save that one life, and then save the lives of the many. He needed to find a way to avoid the so-called easy way out no matter what it took. He wasn't about to add a second big regret to his life. Not this time. Saving Maria was the right thing to do. His judgment wasn't wrong, of that he was sure. He reaffirmed that to himself inwardly, over and over. Kano was watching Tachino prepare to depart. The group had put together a reasonable plan of action. Tachino and Kanan would head to the lab with Maria and attempt to get the antiviral for her. Stanley would accompany Kano and the others to the scramble to apprehend Alphard. It was a two-pronged plan of attack. Still, could they really count on things going as smoothly as Kanan had suggested? Stanley thought back on her earlier words. Once Alphard has made contact with Hitomi, call my cell phone. I have plenty of information Alphard might want to bargain for. I can negotiate with him directly. That meant that getting the password hinged on whatever deal they struck. What sort of things might Alphard request in exchange? Stanley cast a thoughtful look at Kanan. She was helping Tachino to carry Maria out of the room. Stanley doubted she'd answer if he asked just what her bargaining chips were. He held his tongue, watching as she left with the others. Whatever else happened, he needed to focus on capturing Alphard. He glanced at the monitor displays in the workroom. The disembodied sound of Alphard's voice from earlier crept back into his mind. I will appear at the rendezvous in person. After all, it wouldn't do for the star of the show to miss the final curtain. Those words notwithstanding, it seemed absurd that Alphard would actually show up in the flesh. Nationality, age, sex, so much about the terrorist mastermind was shrouded in mystery. Why would someone who had hidden so well for so long ever reveal their true identity? And yet Alphard had gone out of the way to claim that was precisely what was about to happen. It almost seemed like he'd made turning up in person a major selling point of the deal. I'm looking forward to meeting all of you then. There's no doubt about it. Alphard wanted them to expect him on site and in person. So why would that be? He's using himself as bait to lure me and Kanan out. This is a near-perfect opportunity to wipe out the two people who are gunning for him the most. That being the case, how might he attempt to kill me once I'm at the scramble? Stanley felt a sudden flash of insight. No, something was off here. His thought process was running well, each deduction logically following from the last. But at a time like this, that could be a very dangerous thing. Alphard may well have anticipated where his logic would lead. Stanley needed to assume that any clue he thought he'd found was something Alphard had left behind on purpose. So, maybe the suggestion that their target would come to the scene was a different kind of trap. At the risk of sending himself in circles, Stanley decided to rethink the whole case from the ground up. What was the single strangest part of this whole thing? Aha, there we go. Why had Alphard put an amateur like Daisuke Endo in charge of the kidnapping? Sure, being able to get a heart for his daughter gave Daisuke a strong incentive, but there still had to be a reason why he'd been chosen. If the kidnapping had failed, what would have happened then? Of course, this was Alphard they were dealing with. Maybe the possibility of failure was somehow part of the plan. Hell, Daisuke had managed to accidentally kidnap Maria instead of Hitomi, hadn't he? If Alphard had gone with a professional, that sort of mix-up would never have happened. And yet, even if that degree of uncertainty was acceptable, or even desirable, using Daisuke seemed like far too big a risk. There must be some other motive for bringing in Daisuke into the plan. Of course. Advantage. Using Daisuke must have provided some important advantage that outweighed his flaws. The cameras? It was the only thing that made sense. Which meant the reason Alphard had Daisuke carry out the kidnapping was... Not an alibi. Maybe, well, actually, maybe because of the cameras? Or to carry out some other objective? He set up the kidnapping, devised a ransom relay, and kept the full attention of the police on that. All the while, Alphard himself was working towards his true goal, getting Hitomi's blood. Which meant that Daisuke kidnapping Maria by mistake had in fact been a misstep. That was why, in the end, Alphard had proposed trading the password for Hitomi's blood. Could that really be it? Back after a bit of a break, Stanley decided to take it up with the man himself. Mr. Endo, let me ask you something. Did you know Hitomi had a twin sister before the kidnapping? I didn't know. So then when did you find out? After I had Maria kidnapped, the organ trafficker took one look at her and said I had the wrong girl. Said I was supposed to have abducted the younger one. He never mentioned Hitomi having a twin before this all started? No. If I'd known, I'd have been a lot more careful. Alphard had certainly known that the Osawa girls were twins, but despite the added risk that fact implied, he hadn't told Daisuke. There was only one logical conclusion. Daisuke's mistake hadn't been an accident. Alphard had intended for the wrong sister to get kidnapped. By using an amateur, Alphard had set up the police to write off Daisuke's kidnapping of the wrong target as a simple misstep. Had Daisuke been brought in simply in the name of camouflage? But why? Alphard was after Hitomi's blood. Daisuke was after Hitomi's heart. They both wanted the same thing, so why target Maria instead? Stanley's train of logic had run out of steam again. Still, he was sure he was on the right track. He just needed to keep following until he found out where that track would lead. Where's the storeroom where you were keeping Maria? He asked. Daisuke hung his head. It's out behind the shop. Why do you ask? Would you mind showing me? There's something I'd like to check. At this point, he needed to go back over everything, right from the beginning. He followed Daisuke out to the storeroom. Speaking of this storeroom, Daisuke said as they were walking to the back part of the building, there's something I've been wondering about. Just how did Maria manage to escape in the first place? You're certain you locked her in? Stanley asked. Daisuke nodded. At 8 o'clock this morning, the organ trafficker came by to check up on her. I made sure to lock the place back up after he left. I see. That visit must have been when Maria was injected with the UA virus. It makes sense based on our working timeline of when we expect her to go symptomatic. When they got to the storeroom, they spotted the padlock that had held it shut lying broken on the ground. Daisuke picked it up, then opened the storeroom door. Ah, look at this mess. It was obvious immediately that merchandise had been stolen. I doubt Maria did this, Daisuke said. Maybe some thieves broke in? He made a quick inspection assessing what had been taken. Some digital cameras and laptop computers were missing. This looks like the work of some local thugs. This kind of thing has happened to me a few times before. Daisuke let out a sigh of exasperation. Stanley, meanwhile, was carefully looking around inside the storeroom. Where did you have Maria Osawa? He asked. Behind those cardboard boxes. The boxes he indicated were piled high, closing off one corner of the room. If Maria were unconscious behind them, the burglars might well have never noticed her. So Maria was able to escape from the storeroom thanks to the burglars breaking the lock, Stanley mused. Just what impact had that stroke of misfortune had on Alphard's plan, he wondered. What had Alphard planned to do with Maria if nobody had broken in? I don't think he was going to kill her. The trade wouldn't make sense. He's going to release her at some later time. Since he'd gone to the trouble of infecting her with the virus, it only made sense. And Stanley could only think of one reason to release an infected Maria. To turn Shibuya into ground zero for a pandemic that would sweep through all of Tokyo. A virus with a mortality rate of 100% would have spread throughout the region before anyone even realized it. It would be impossible even to calculate the scope of such a disaster. First, it would run the circuit around the Yamanote line, and then, if any of the infected happened to head to the airports at either Haneda or Narita, the virus would spread throughout Japan, and the rest of the world in a matter of hours. No, Narita, I know how to read that. But that hadn't come to pass. They managed to secure Maria before she could develop symptoms and become infectious. Is that because we were better than Alphard? No, that can't be it. Alphard wasn't the sort to commit such indiscriminate acts of terror. The threat of the infection spreading, horrific as it was likely just cover to hide some other scheme. But then, what was the ultimate goal? Stanley still didn't have enough clues to go on. Stanley made his way behind the stack of cardboard boxes. He spotted something that had fallen on the floor. It was a cell phone. Next to it was a woman's handbag. Stanley unzipped it. It held a jumble of makeup, tissues, and other personal effects, but nothing at all unusual. If he was going to find any clues here, it would probably have to be from the cell phone. He tried turning it on. There was no response. It appeared to be broken. "Let me see that," Daisuke said from behind him. "I'll see if I can fix it." "Do you think you can?" Stanley asked as he handed it over. "I won't know until I try, but that sign out front saying that I run an electronics shop isn't just for show." Turning his attention back to the handbag, Stanley searched it more thoroughly and found a photograph tucked inside that he'd overlooked on his first inspection. What the hell? He stared at the image, swallowing the lump in his throat. Why? I thought I was on the right track. There's no other openings. There's no other jump points. No, there is. There was somebody who was gonna jump to Jack. But Achi's line is opened up now, as well as Kano. There's no more bad or ending there. Did I use that jump point? Also, I might need to like redo this to the keep out section. I don't know. Oh, wait. That's some new, that is new tech. So yeah, they closed in completely surrounded. Like, this is me going back to Kano's thing, because I remember he had that jump point to Stanley as he was dying. So I was going to see about going back to that, but we unlocked some new stuff. He kept telling me shielded behind him as he spoke. No escape, you lost Lost me? Well, it doesn't look like you're going to get away. Palmer grimaced at Achi's words. See, then it appears our negotiations are at a close. Of the high mighty axis moves, stomped aggressively toward Palmer. Hey, easy now. They couldn't risk a scuffle, sending the virus crashing to the ground. What a shame. Palmer swung his right arm up high. He'd been watching in dismay as his hand shot up. The vials he'd been holding sailed upward against the backdrop of the evening sky. Look out, Achi shouted. Catch him, catch him. The hurling vials scattered and began to fall. It seemed impossible that Kano's team would be able to keep them all from shattering against the ground. The SOS members fanned out, positioning themselves as best as they could to intercept the falling vials. Kano likewise prepared to catch one that was heading straight toward him. As he did, he caught sight of Palmer speeding away. Kano made up his mind on the spot. There's only one right call here, and he needed to make it. He needed to recharge his controller. Protect the lives of the people nearby, had to chase after Palmer. Give chase? He had to chase after Palmer. It didn't matter if he didn't grab the vial. Something about the way this was playing out made Kano sure of it. Because it might have been a red herring, like, as he set off the bomb while they were all doing that. Wait, let me just hook this controller up real quick. And back. Calling upon all his rugby training, he broke into a sprint. Deftly dodging through the crowd, Kano kept Palmer in sight. He would catch him. One way or another, he was going to bring this bastard down. Steadily, he gained on his quarry. At last, he drew within striking range and immediately dived into an expert tackle. He caught Palmer around the waist. Their bodies collided with violent force. Oof! Palmer went down flailing and hit the pavement hard. Even then, he tried to resist, but Kano straddled him and held him down. Tell me the password, Kano snarled. The kidnapper sneered triumphantly. It's been a couple days since I last recorded the first bit of this, so forgive me if I've forgotten his voice. You made the wrong choice. Wrong choice? The UA is out now. Now nobody can be saved. You've just killed everyone in the city. No, Kano shot back. Nobody's going to die. And what makes you so sure of that? The way you fled the scene just now. If the virus had really been in those vials, you could never have hoped to escape infection. Running off on foot would be pointless. Palmer said nothing. Which means there was no virus in those vials. They were just a decoy in order to buy you time to escape. Now Palmer gritted his teeth and glared up at Kano. The look on his face confirmed the detective's hunch. But more importantly, it was your eyes. You didn't have the eyes of a man who was putting his life on the line. My eyes? Who do you think you are, Sherlock Holmes? No way, I think I gave him a southern accent. Yeah. I know full well the look in a man's eyes when he's willing to die. Yeah, he saw it with Tatano. In the back of his mind, Kano replayed the moment when Tatano, doused in gasoline, had marched into that financial office to talk down a would-be arsonist. Now then, the password. Give it to me, now. Kano tightened the grip on Palmer's collar, but the man just gazed back at him with an icy glare. Let me have Hitomi Asawa's blood. That was our original deal. Kano wasn't surprised. He'd known it wouldn't be easy to get him to talk. Maybe it really would be impossible to strike a deal without Kanan. But if getting her on the phone wasn't an option, Kano had to figure out something else. Sweat beaded on his brow as he cast about for ideas. Then he happened to catch sight of a car that had been overturned by an accident nearby. Gasoline had spilled from the vehicle, creating a broad, dark puddle on the pavement. Kano took out his handcuffs and cuffed Palmer's arm to his own. Come with me. Jerking his captive back to his feet, Kano led him over to the car. Ooh. Then without hesitation, he sat down in the pool of gasoline. Yanking on the handcuffs, he pulled Palmer down beside him. Kano pulled a lighter from his pocket. Palmer snorted. And just what's this supposed to be, Tell me the password. Or else what? You'll light the gas? You'll be burned to a crisp yourself. Yeah, probably. Kano heard the casual desperation in his own voice. What the hell are you thinking? The smile vanished from Palmer's face. Kano scowled down. Him. I read that correctly, okay. Just want to know the password. Getting revenge for my partner. Even if I die, my friends will avenge me. Whew. Let's go with this. I'm getting revenge for my partner. Kano thought back to the sight of Sasayama sprawled out and bleeding on the pavement. Thanks to this man's scheme, his partner was now teetering on the brink of death. Alphard should pay for that. Calmly, Kano flicked the lighter on. You can't be serious. Homer's eyes fixed on the tiny flicker of flame. The password. You value your life so little? The password. In his mind, Kano could see the pages of the Dick Diary clear as day. Dictum number 1. Never lose sight of what you're supposed to be, or to protect. Ever. Palmer glared in defiance. Kano brought the lighter closer and closer to the gasoline. He could practically feel his own life growing shorter as his hand descended. And yet he felt no trace of fear. His body was numb, his senses strangely distant. Time seemed to slow. The world around him dissolved into a blur. He was surprised at how calm, how remote he felt, here in the midst of this life-or-death confrontation. And then, far in the depths of Palmer's eyes, he saw the barest hint of doubt. He fixed his gaze on that point of weakness, and did not look away. Palmer's shoulders slumped, perceptibly. Now Kano was certain of it. This was a man who'd never put his life on the line before. Shizuo's words sounded in the back of his mind. You need a cool mind but a fiery spirit. A detective without both of those is worth nothing. Let me go. Promise to let me go and I'll tell you. Is that your answer? I don't think you quite understand the situation here. Kano brought the flame still closer to the gasoline. Palmer's eyes went wide. No longer was he able to hide his trembling uncertainty. Alright, I'll tell you. Just put that thing out. The password first. His voice a strangled snarl, Palmer gave him the password. Kano extinguished the lighter. Pulling out his cell phone, Kano dialed up Osawa. As he did, he recalled his last exchange with Stanley at the electronics shop. God, so much is happening. And apparently there's multiple endings too, so okay. Turned his attention back to the handbag. Stanley searched it more thoroughly and found a photograph tucked inside that he'd overlooked on his first inspection. What the hell? He stared at the picture, swallowing the lump in his throat. It was a photo of Maria, standing next to another young girl. There was something written in marker on the back. Me and Kanan, July 30th. Stanley hurriedly flipped the photo back over and looked at it again. What does this mean? The girl in the photo with Maria looked nothing like the Kanan who had been there at Indo Electronics who had left with Maria and Tatano just a few minutes ago. Oh shit. But if the girl they were working with wasn't Kanan, then who was she? No. 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 Stanley felt his blood run cold. Could she be... Was she Alphard? Sorry about the abrupt interruption and the fact that the text advanced a bit. I accidentally pressed autoplay as I was being asked how to make sauerkraut. What was the point of us buying a computer for my mom? I just don't know. Could she be? Was she Alphard? The more he thought about it, the more it all added up. Assuming Alphard were masquerading as Kanan, the whole sequence of events suddenly began to make sense. She was strikingly audacious and fiendishly clever, but she hadn't outmaneuvered them just yet. As luck would have it, they still had a chance to stop her, and at long last, Stanley could see the outline of Alphard's plan. That would explain why they never show Kanan's face in the flashbacks. Her goal was to get the antiviral. But extracting the DDS from Hitomi's blood wasn't enough. Akoshi Pharmaceutical still had the drug at their laboratory. God, just the whole sauerkraut thing has completely taken me out of this. My excitement levels are just so deflated. The antiviral's value came specifically from having a monopoly on it, which meant that in addition to obtaining the drug herself, Alphard also needed to destroy Akoshi's research facilities. That was the crux of her plan. The problem was finding a way to infiltrate those facilities. In all likelihood, Alphard's scheme went something like this. Have Maria Osawa kidnapped, then infected with the UA virus. After that, eliminate Tanaka. Once Osawa learned that Maria had been infected with the virus, he was certain to use the antiviral on her. But he'd need his partner Tanaka in order to access the storage facility, and Tanaka was dead. That was why Alphard had been masquerading as Kanan. Kanan was Maria's friend and an expert at hacking passwords. If she could secure Osawa's trust, he would let her into the research facility in order to carry out the hack. And that's why Alphard, in the guise of Kanan, had saved Hitomi's life repeatedly. Getting Hitomi to trust her would likewise earn the trust of her father. There were still some finer details that remained a mystery. For instance, how was Alphard going to destroy the lab? Oh, was that explosion? Still, Stanley could look into that once he had her in custody. He needed to move quickly and stop her from ever getting into the Akoshi facility. I fixed it. Daisuke approached Stanley and held out Maria's cell phone. Well, as best as I could at any rate. It looks like it'll get a signal, but whatever data was on it is all gone. I see. Stanley took the phone and put it in his pocket. He'd hoped he might be able to learn something useful from it, but luck evidently wasn't on his side. He was just going to have to go up against Alphard with what he already had. Now that he'd guessed what was really going on, Stanley went to talk to Kano. You need to go to the scramble without me, he said. What? Kano was visibly shocked. Where's this coming from all of a sudden? Please don't ask me to explain. Something else has come up and I have to see to it. Stanley hated having to do this. He wished he could explain everything, but if he made any unusual moves now, there was a risk that Alphard would pick up on it. It was better to keep his companions in the dark just in case. I understand, Kano said. Do what you have to and come back soon. I'm sorry. I wish I could tell you more. It's alright. I'll find a way to get by. Kano gave him a thumbs up. The sight brought back some painful memories. Up until just a few hours ago, Stanley had instinctively seen Kano as all too naive, and now he finally knew why. Kano was just like his younger brother, Frank. Jugga Conroy? They might have looked very different, but in the way they mixed up their responsibilities with their personal feelings, they were totally alike. Stanley couldn't discount that naivete. In the end, it was all a part of the human condition. Jack, are you really okay with this? Oh my god, young Jack. Oh my god. Frank cast an anxious look at his older brother as they made their way onto the University of Chicago. A private university in Chicago, Illinois, lauded as one of the foremost research institutions in the U.S. More than 90 alumni have been awarded the Nobel Prize. The school has made a number of major contributions to the world beyond simple academics, including the construction of the world's first artificial nuclear reactor, Chicago Pile 1, and the Chicago School of Economics, a school of economic thought that stresses monetarism. It's my responsibility to look after you, Stanley told him. As long as you take your studying seriously, I'm all for it. Frank had been worrying about tuition costs as he prepared for college. After losing their parents 5 years earlier, the two had struggled to get by. Yeah, but... Stanley set both hands on his brother's shoulders. Listen to me, Frank. You're my brother, and I care about you. I just want whatever you do to be something you can be proud of. Alright, Jack, I hear you. And thanks. Kano, promise me one thing. What's that? Once this is all over, you'll go have a beer with me. Sure, alright. It's a promise now, remember. Kano flashed him a grateful smile. And in that smile, Stanley again saw a little something of Frank. Hurrying out of Indo Electronics, Stanley dialed up Tatano as he ran along. Ooh. Once they made it past Shibuya Station, the roads were relatively clear. They ought to make it to the lab in no time. The phone rang again. It was Stanley. What's going on? He asked the American. Listen carefully, your life may depend on it. I'm going to ask you some questions. If the answer is yes, say that's right. If it's no, reply what will do. For a moment, Tatano was bewildered. From the urgency in Stanley's voice, however, he realized that there was some kind of emergency. That's right, he said after a moment's thought. Then I'll let Stanley know that he understood the code. Is Kanan with you right now? That's right. That Kanan is an imposter. Tatano gripped his phone more tightly, hoping it would stop the trembling in his hand. It's her, Stanley said. She's Alphard. The detective had to stifle a gasp of alarm. I don't have time to fill you in on the details, but I've got some pretty incontrovertible evidence. You need to turn back now. Tatano struggled to come to terms with what he'd just heard. He glanced at Kanan through his rearview mirror. She was holding Maria tightly in her arms. Was this really all an act on her part? And if so, why? There's only one possible reason. If Kanan really was Alphard, then she had only one goal. She was pretending to help Maria in order to get into the lab, where she would be able to steal the antiviral. But wait, hold on. Kanan was Maria's friend, wasn't she? It told me it said as much herself. Kanan is my sister's friend. Maria certainly knew what her own friend looked like. Since it was obvious that Maria might be present, it didn't make sense for a clever imposter to pretend to be Kanan. Oh. But Maria herself had never seen this Kanan. Like, even when they were in Indo Electronics, like, she dropped to the ground unconscious, and that's when this Kanan ran in. Maria never made the connection. It was just, it told me, it was like, Kanan? Is that you? Or did it? When Kanan showed up on the roof of South Hill, making her surprise attack on Tatano, Maria had taken off down the staircase without ever looking back. And when she turned up at the Indo Electronics workroom, Maria had already collapsed and fallen unconscious. Tatano felt a chill spreading through his body. As far as he knew, Maria had never actually seen the girl who was now sitting in the back seat. But then what about Hitomi? Shouldn't she have known what Kanan looked like? Tatano tried to remember just what Hitomi had said. Kanan is my sister's friend. I just met her for the first time today. If they'd never met each other before today, then maybe Hitomi didn't know what the real Kanan looked like. That was the only explanation that made sense. Hey Tatano, are you still with me? Stanley sounded like he was on the verge of panic. At any rate, you need to find a way to turn back without her realizing what's going on. Even if Kanan really was Alphard, Tatano had to keep heading toward that lab. He went over the coded responses in his head. Yes was that's right. No was will do. Will do, he said. Saving Maria is your top priority, isn't it? That's right, Tatano affirmed. Alright then. Guess I'll have to head that way myself. In the meantime, do not let her inside that lab. That's right. Tatano hung up. Who is that? Kanan asked. Tatano felt his heart skip a beat. That was Kuze, that cop from earlier. He tried to keep his voice as level as possible. He was worried about us and wanted to check up. Ah, okay, Kanan muttered, sounding disinterested. Tatano could only hope she hadn't guessed the truth. It felt like the specter of death himself was breathing down his neck. She looks scary as hell. I ain't even gonna lie. At last, the minivan arrived at a Koshi pharmaceutical. Tatano pulled up at the front gate and got out of the vehicle. Off to one side of the entrance was an intercom for contacting the security room. I'm assuming you've already heard the details from the director, Tatano barked into the intercom. Open up. We haven't heard anything from Director Osawa, the security guard spat back. And moreover, the laboratory is currently on lockdown. Sorry, but not even Director Osawa is allowed inside. That's ridiculous. Tatano scowled at the intercom in frustration. Then a car came racing towards him along the street. The sound of screeching brakes filled the air as the vehicle skidded to a halt, and then Kenji Osawa jumped out from the driver's seat. Maria! Osawa rushed over to Tatano, then to Maria where she lay in the minivan. He looked carefully at his daughter's face. Oh, thank goodness. She still hasn't gone symptomatic. Mr. Osawa, why aren't people being allowed into the laboratory? Oh, crap. Osawa and Kenji's voices are too similar. Or no, Osawa and Tatano, whatever. Osawa tilted his head. They're not. Tatano explained what the guard had said. That's ridiculous. Osawa immediately called the security guard on the intercom. He got the same story. You've got to be kidding me, Osawa raged. I'm the lab director here. The security guard wasn't hearing it. I'm sorry, sir. These orders came from Mr. Makino. No. So am I just supposed to sit out here and watch my daughter die? Tatano racked his brain for other ideas. Maybe they'd have to climb the gate and break their way in? Then over the intercom they heard the sound of a phone ringing in the security room. The security guard answered it without muting the intercom speaker. His voice was faintly audible. He sounded rather deferential. Who in the world could he be talking to? Before Tatano could muse further, the gate suddenly opened. Ooh, boy. Huh? Why? Tatano and Osawa looked at one another in surprise. I have a message for Director Osawa from Mr. Makino, the security guard said. From Makino? Osawa huddled over the intercom and had a brief, subtle voice exchange with the guard. What was that all about? Tatano asked. It would seem that my wife was able to pull some strings for us. After Osawa left home, I had a change of heart. Even if it meant losing everything, she decided she wanted to save Maria's life. Although Maria was not Ai's real daughter, it turned out that the time they'd spent together had sowed the first seeds of a familial bond. Osawa smiled uncomfortably. Tatano didn't have the time to wonder what that might mean. Has that lock been open for us as well? He asked. The smile disappeared from Osawa's face. No. She wasn't able to do anything about the final layer of security. I see. Well, let's regroup inside for now. Very well, Osawa said. By the way, who's going to be hacking the password? I am, Kanan replied. Ah, so you're Kanan. We should get you to the laboratory then. Osawa began to lead the way inside. Kanan followed. If Kanan really was Alphard, Tatano couldn't let her into that lab. But without getting that lock open, there was no way of getting Maria the antiviral she needed to survive. What was the right call? Should he still pretend to be in the dark and let Kanan try to hack the password? Let her in, or wait for Stanley. But technically, don't we have the password from Palmer? But then the whole never lose sight of what you're trying to protect thing. I don't... Can't go anywhere till Stanley gets there. Tatano knew exactly what he needed to do. What's the matter? Sawa turned and cast a look of confusion back at Tatano and Kanan, both of whom had stopped in their tracks. We'll wait out here, Tatano said. But, I mean, isn't Kanan going to hack the password? There's been a slight change of plans. Go ahead and wait for us at the lab, Director. Alright. But we don't have much time before Maria develops symptoms. I'll be inside. Please don't keep me waiting too long. Maria in his arms and a worried look on his face, Osawa hurried through the gate and disappeared from view. What do you think you're doing? Kanan asked. Whoa. Stiffening as Tatano nudged the barrel of his gun against her spine. You're Alphard, aren't you? I have no idea what you're talking about. It's no use trying to play dumb. Stanley found proof. Before he finished speaking, Kanan seemed to disappear from view. She cartwheeled away at blinding speed, too quick for Tatano to keep a bead on her. By the time she'd righted herself, she'd already drawn a gun of her own. Abruptly, he found himself facing her in a stare-down, weapons aimed at one another. Then Kanan's phone rang and she reached to answer it. Don't move! Tatano roared. Did you forget the plan? That might be Hitomi calling. I don't care! Don't you move! If Kanan really was Alphard, the whole plan might be a sham. Tatano kept the barrel of his gun squarely on its mark. Kanan let out a little sigh. Have you considered that Stanley might be lying to you? Yes, it's possible. But I need to make sure we avoid a worst-case scenario. If you don't let me into the lab, who's going to hack the password? We've got your little decoy. My friends will get the fake Alphard to cough up the password. Once her phone had stopped ringing, Kanan sighed again. And what about Stanley, then? I can't jump to him. Is he on his way here? Who knows, Tatano said. At that, Kanan lowered her gun. She seemed disturbingly full of confidence. Kanan flipped open her cell phone. Who do you think you're calling? Tatano adjusted his arm, pointing his gun at the young woman's head. Look, I'm going to call Hitomi and have her clear up these suspicions you have about me. We don't have the time for this right now. Wouldn't you agree? Kanan stared back at Tatano, cell phone in hand, waiting for his reply. Doesn't matter what Hitomi says, I trust my own judgment. Your own judgment, huh? And is that always correct? Kanan began punching in numbers. She never took her eyes off Tatano as she waited for Hitomi to pick up. She's not answering. Kanan hung up and tried calling again. It's me. It looked like she'd gotten through this time. That detective doesn't trust me. Apparently, he thinks I'm Alphard, not Kanan. After a few moments, Kanan held the phone out to Tatano. Here, Hitomi says I'm definitely Kanan. Tatano didn't reach out for the phone. Instead, he advanced on Kanan with his gun still on its mark. This is a farce, Tatano spat. Hitomi's words don't mean a thing. You might be Kanan to her, but you aren't to me. I don't even know if there ever was a real person named Kanan in the first place. So maybe you're Kanan. You're Alphard. Kanan shook her head, then put her phone away. If you're really Alphard, then you don't actually need to hack the password, Tatano said. I'm guessing you've already gotten it from Tanaka. Which means you'll be able to get your hands on the antiviral as soon as you get into that lab. Kanan didn't so much as flinch. The only thing stopping you is the antiviral still in Hitomi Osawa's body. Possessing the antiviral and having a monopoly on it are two very different things. You want to eliminate Hitomi. That's why you lured her down to the scramble. Am I wrong? If that's true, then how am I planning on getting rid of her? Using the so-called substitute Alphard or something. Yes, that's right. Tatano couldn't be certain. His phone is annoying. But he couldn't think of any other way. Kanan let out a laugh. You don't know the first thing about Alphard, she said. Alphard keeps the outlines of his plans blurred so that deliberate actions just get lumped in with the coincidences. I am so very sorry for all the noise that's happening today. That's the crux of all his plans. That's how he's able to pull off schemes by himself. He never solicited help from a third party. The words seemed like they were Kanan's, but also seemed like they were Alphard's. Whatever the case, Tatano had to let Kano know that Hitomi was in danger. With his gun still at the ready, he got out his phone and called the detective. But the phone rang several times and nobody answered. Eventually, he had no choice but to hang up. They must have been in the middle of a confrontation on the other end. For now, Tatano can only pray that Kano and the others will be able to handle whatever threat they were up against. I am not letting you in there. At that, Kano let out a faint chuckle. Okay, yeah, that is the smile of a woman who is going to murder you. In that case, I'm going to have to eliminate you. Even without her gun raised, she still radiated intimidation. Tatano might have had her at gunpoint, but he could feel the threat of her presence like a gathering storm. Eliminate me, he said, doing his best to mask any sign of weakness. You're the one who doesn't have your gun ready. I don't need my gun, Kanan said simply. And why is that? Because you can't shoot me. What's that supposed to mean? Kanan glared sharply at Tatano. Her look pierced him like a blade. Then she quirked an unsettling smile and took a step closer to him. Don't move, he warned. Tatano said, None of these are solid. He's wavering. He can't do it. He can't do it. Try anything funny and I'll make sure you regret it. None of those sounded like concrete or like sure of himself. Not confident at all. He kept his gun trained on the center of her chest. You can't shoot me. Kanan took another step closer. You're still traumatized from that time you let your friend's wife die. How do you know about that? Tatano was shaking now, his arm wavering. I heard you talking with the younger detective up on that rooftop. That was right. She had been there. Let's test my theory out. Kanan pointed her index finger at her own heart. If you think I'm Alphard, then shoot me, right here. Huh? Dang, she creepy as hell. The corner of her mouth twisted up. You can't do it, can you? Tatano's gun hand shook all the more. You're afraid to pull the trigger. It was as if her words were a spell she was casting over him. Alright. How are you gonna have a typo at a moment like this? You can hardly even stand the thought of pointing your gun at someone. Tatano shook his head violently back and forth, but he couldn't get Kanan's words out of his head. If it comes down to it, just shoot her. If you hesitate for a moment, she'll have you dead. That's what Stanley had said. And he was right. Don't hesitate. Don't think. This was Alphard. A sadistic terrorist. He just needed to trust himself and pull the trigger. Phone. Please. Just pull it. Pull it! There was a horrid, visceral sound. Gastric fluids rushed up Tatano's throats. He pitched forward onto his hands and knees and vomited on the spot. The sensation of pulling the trigger, the recoil in the wake of the shot, it was exactly as it had been all those years ago. He never wanted to fire a gun again. At this point, he'd probably never be able to. Where were you even aiming? The voice had come from right in front of him. He looked up to see Kanan standing right there. His heart began hammering like mad. This was the end. He braced himself for oblivion, even as his body cried out to survive. There was the dull roar of a gunshot, and then silence. One last shot. So I probably missed something on the other paths that I didn't follow through. So let's see what happens after we would have jumped to Tatano. Because wasn't there a jump point back to Stanley? Listen carefully, your life may depend on it, he said as soon as Tatano picked up. He knew that the detective wouldn't be able to respond openly since Alphard was right there with them. In the spur of the moment, Stanley devised a simple code for how he should answer yes or no. He told Tatano to respond with "that's right" to mean yes, and "will do" to mean no. There was no time for anything more complex. Right now, Stanley just needed to stop Alphard from getting into the lab. He quickly explained his suspicions about Kanan. Tatano sounded distinctly unnerved. At any rate, Stanley said, we need to find a way to turn back without her realizing what's going on. Will do, Tatano replied. So he was going to head to the laboratory despite Stanley's instructions. Oh, I guess I could have also let Kanan into the lab as well. But regardless, I want to see if I might have missed anything with these guys. Saving Maria is your top priority, isn't it? That's right. The detective's affirmation was firm. Alright then. Guess I'll have to head that way myself. In the meantime, do not let her inside that lab. That's right. Tatano was no match for Alphard. If she figured out what was going on, she'd probably kill him on the spot. Reassurance or encouragement would be meaningless right now. Instead, Stanley left Tatano with one final warning. Well, now I know that we don't want to do this. Do we play to his strength? She'll know. She'll know if we stall. Just keep Maria safe. That's your job. Don't ever lose sight of what's important. Ever. Tadano hung up without saying anything. The area around Dogonzaka was in disarray. The government had decided a state of high alert, or declared a state of high alert, and the people on the street were milling around uneasily, unsure just what was going on. Modern-day Japan lacks both the infrastructure and legal framework to properly deal with a large-scale bioterrorist threat. Coordination between the police, Japan's Self-Defense Force, JSDF, health centers, and so forth would be a monumental task. In all likelihood, if a bioweapon was ever unleashed there, the target site would fall into chaos. The main roads had been blocked off and automobiles and motorcycles were at a standstill. Some vehicles had overturned on the curb in an apparent attempt to circumvent the blockade. Any moment now, Kano's team would be putting their plan to action at the scramble. Stanley wasn't sure who they might have gotten to help, but Kano was certain to put them to good use. Please stay safe. Don't you dare die on me. Stanley prayed silently as he darted underneath the railway overpass. Wow, Chevrolet? Alright. He made it to his car, still parked on the roadside and fortunately beyond the blocked off area. Jumping in, he sped off toward the laboratory. Alright, and then I would be able to jump back to him. But I'm sure by choosing a different thing for him to tell Tatano, that's going to change that. But it might be too late by this point. Or not? Unless he would show up at just the nick of time. Let's see. As he drove along, Stanley again tried to deduce Alphard's plan of action. If Alphard herself was on the way to the lab now, then what was the objective of the fake who'd been sent to the scramble? Not indiscriminate terrorism. To act as a decoy. Surely that was the imposter's purpose. But it wouldn't be a simple matter of providing a brief distraction, because why would she need the blood? Like, she would have known that Palmer wasn't going to get the blood. Alphard had been careful to wipe out almost everyone she'd associated with in the past. That's precisely why all of her defining characteristics, such as age and sex and nationality, had been unknown. It was unthinkable that she'd allow this decoy, who almost certainly knew who she really was, to stay alive. And since Hitomi carried the antiviral in her body, Alphard likely wanted to get rid of her as well. In all likelihood, the terrorist mastermind was planning to steal the antiviral from the lab, but as long as some of it remained in Hitomi's bloodstream, she wouldn't have a monopoly on it. Aha! Stanley suddenly blurted aloud. He just realized what Alphard hoped to accomplish at the scramble. She meant to eliminate both Hitomi and her own decoy at the same time. That bomb. The question was how. Beginning with her bombings in Chicago, Alphard had made frequent use of remote-controlled explosives. That was the phone call. That was the phone call. It was likely that she'd opt for something similar here as well. But she wasn't going to be at the scramble herself. So how in the world was she going to trigger the explosion? Was there some clue to be found in something she'd said or done earlier? Think. Try to remember. Think. Try to remember. If he didn't do something, everyone at the scramble was probably going to die. Then as he desperately racked his brain, he remembered something Kano had said. It had been while they were at the scene of the minivan explosion together. He said he heard a cell phone ringtone at the time of the explosion. Not sure if that's significant, though. Minorikawa. Yes! So it's... Is Hitomi carrying something on her? Stanley recalled the recent exchange between Alphard and Hitomi. The two had called each other's cell phones. Alphard hadn't really been checking to make sure she had the right number. She'd been checking to make sure Hitomi hadn't changed her ringtone. That was it. The bomb was set to detonate in response to a specific piece of music. And the ringtone on Hitomi's phone was the trigger. Where could the bomb be hidden then? Stanley didn't have the time to think. He needed to alert Kano and the others right away. As he pulled out his phone again, he recalled the map of the stakeout positions. Kano would probably be right next to the decoy Alphard. It might be a mistake to call him under the circumstances. Maybe he couldn't risk calling Kano, but he could call Achi. Stanley dialed Achi Endo's number. "Please, don't let me be too late," he muttered to himself as he waited for the call to connect. But although he called repeatedly, Achi still didn't pick up. Was he already too late? Stanley dreaded the answer to that question. Alright. Clearly I need to advance further on Kano's and go back to Achi. Because I didn't even touch Achi's after I saw like the new stuff with Kano. We're back at Showdown? Oh, no, we can go past that. Okay. Alright, dialed up Osawa. As he did, he recalled his last exchange with Stanley at the electronics shop. Looks like we'll be able to have that beer together after all. No. Ayakamiki. Kano was suddenly thrown down hard onto the pavement. Where had the explosion come from? His lighter certainly hadn't set the gasoline ablaze. Kano hadn't been that clumsy. So what had happened? Only one possible answer came to mind. Palmer had blown himself up. But that only confused Kano further. His captive had already given up the password. What prompted him to set off a bomb at this juncture? As he was losing consciousness, Kano continued to rack his brain. But he found no answers. One moment. I am never going to be able to finish this, but yep, he found no answers. A mysterious explosion again. Okay. I think this all comes back down to me having him like this standoff. Let's avoid that happening. Just making sure here. Is it the right call? Still pretend to be in the dark. He was gonna have to let her into the lab. Tatano had made up his mind. Is something the matter? Osawa asked warily. No, it's nothing. And if you would be so kind. Osawa led the way. Kanan and Tatano followed him toward the storage facility. It took about 20 seconds for the elevator to reach the first basement level. The biohazard storage area was evidently fairly deep underground. The doors opened to reveal a long, straight corridor. There was a door at the far end with a device at one side for checking IDs. Kanan approached the device, setting the laptop she'd borrowed from the security room on the floor in front of it. She affixed a scrap of paper with Kenji Osawa's password written on it to one side of the monitor. Then she connected a series of cables to both the laptop and the device. Tatano kept his hand on his holster as he watched her work. Kanan began to slowly tap away at the keyboard. Her screen displayed a series of numeric values that changed with each keystroke. She checked the changes carefully, timing the movements of her fingers according to some formula. The device let out a warning sound and the display lit up. Incorrect password. The input had been rejected. Was this really going to work? Tatano felt his impatience growing. Osawa's face showed a similar unease. Kanan turned to look at them. How many failed attempts are we allowed? 2, I believe, Osawa answered. After a third failed attempt, the storage area is locked down and can't be reopened without input from the full board of directors. Kanan had already resumed typing before he finished speaking. There's a very slight difference in power consumption from the device when it processes a correct password compared to an incorrect one. There's a minuscule difference in the time it takes to run the process as well. If I can analyze those and compare them... Kanan's voice trailed off. She continued working. There's another warning sound. A second failed attempt. A single bead of sweat ran down Tatano's forehead, but Kanan didn't so much as bat an eyelash. Ah, I see. Her face remained full of confidence. It won't be a problem, she assured them. This isn't my first time with this type of mechanism. Slowly, one at a time, Kanan pressed key after key while keeping her eyes on the laptop screen. With each keystroke, a waveform at the top of the screen, looking almost like an echocardiogram readout, wobbled slightly. The laptop let out a tiny sound. A sequence of 10 characters appeared on the screen and Kanan read them off. Tatano jotted them down in his notebook and headed over to the scanner to enter the twin passwords for Osawa and Tanaka. So he didn't need Palmer. So she did know what it was from Tanaka. She was just feigning ignorance to do the first 2 failed attempts. The door opened. Kanan let out a sigh of relief. Osawa gathered up Maria and headed into the storage area. Get out. As soon as Osawa and his daughter were out of view, Tatano drew his pistol. Kanan arched an eyebrow. What do you think you're doing? Just get out of here. Tatano pointed the barrel of his gun at Kanan's face. Silently, she did as she was told, turning and walking toward the elevator. He followed a few paces behind. She gave no hint of resistance. Now Tatano needed to let Stanley know that they'd successfully opened the laboratory door. He pulled out his cell phone as he followed her into the elevator. As soon as he did, Kanan pressed herself flush against the wall. A sudden explosion from within the corridor sent Tatano careening off balance. He slammed into the elevator wall. Then as he lay in a daze, the elevator doors drew slowly closed and the cab began to rise upward. Tatano could tell that the impact had broken several of his ribs. Blood rose up from his throat and filled the inside of his mouth. He felt his grip on consciousness fading, but he managed to flip open his cell phone. Stanley, please pick up. He jabbed his thumb hard on the call button. Stanley here. What's going on? Hey, has something happened? Hey! Answer me! But it was too late for Tatano even to hear Stanley's voice. Okay, so I definitely don't want to let her in. So I do want to go to the standoff. Was there something different I could have done there? Just keep stalling, I guess. Okay, this is when she's getting ready to dial. Stop, this is the sort of nonsense we don't have time for right now. Kana shook her head, then put her phone away. If you're really Alphard, then you don't actually need to hack the password, Tatano said. I'm guessing you've already gotten it from Tanaka. Which means you'll be able to get your hands on the antiviral as soon as you get into that lab. Wait, did she dial? Yeah, she just flipped it open. She didn't dial. Okay. Kenny didn't so much as flinch. The only thing stopping you is the antiviral still in Hitomi Osawa's body. Possessing the antiviral and having a monopoly on it are two very different things. You want to eliminate Hitomi. That's why you lured her down to the scramble. Am I wrong? If that's true, then how am I planning on getting rid of her? Using a so-called substitute Alphard or something? Yes, that's right. Tadano couldn't be certain, but he couldn't think of any other way. Ken let out a laugh. This all is the same thing, only without the phone call happening. But I think this means this will keep all of them alive at the scramble. He called Kano. The young detective was quick to pick up. Okay. Yeah, because the explosion didn't happen. All right. Detective Tatano, what's going on? You need to get Hitomi Osawa to safety immediately. Alphard isn't trying to get at her blood. He wants her eliminated. What? Hurry. Yes, sir. Once he gotten Kano's confirmation, Tatano hung up. Okay. We got him safe, and I have a jump point that I can go back to. And now your little plan has been foiled, Tatano said. Kanan snorted. Has it now? If I really am Alphard, then all I need to do is eliminate you here and head right on into that lab. Even without her gun raised, she still radiated intimidation. Tatano might have had her at gunpoint, but he could feel the threat of her presence like a gathering storm. Eliminate me, he said, doing his best to mask any sign of weakness. One doesn't have your gun ready, don't need gun, and this is where she's threatening him. Okay. Alright. We got everyone at the scramble safe. I have a jump point for... This is confusing me, but now we don't have to worry about this. The save happened. He did answer the phone, so we're going to get to a keep out with Kano. Put on a cell phone, Kano dialed up Osawa. So they recall Stanley. Looks like we'll be able to have the beer together after all. The phone rang several times before Osawa picked up. It's Kano. I have the password. Are you serious? Osawa blurted in shock. Here, let me give it to you. Are you ready? Yes. 59FBAI4QL1. See, passing along the alphanumeric sequence, Kano kept his eyes on Palmer. The man stared back at him with an expression of bitter defeat. There was a long silence on the other end of the phone. Then at last, Osawa's excited voice came through. That did it! It opened! The lock opened! Kano let out a deep breath of utter relief. Humph, Palmer snorted. You're really satisfied with catching me and saving the life of one girl? I suppose it's the Japanese way to forget the pain that's been visited upon you. But it's not over. The bloodshed will continue. All over the world. Women, children, the elderly, innocent, all will bleed. Because absolute justice is on our side. Is that right? Kano drove his fist into Palmer's face. There was no such thing as absolute justice. It was that kind of blind faith that kept the world in conflict. Well, this sure is quite the mess. Kuze! Rolling around in surprise, Kano saw Kuze standing there. Director Kuze! He bowed his head apologetically. He may have apprehended the criminal mastermind, but only because he'd ignored a direct order to place Maria under quarantine. I'm sorry, sir. But I... Save the apology, Kuze interrupted. You're the one who solved the case. You did good, kid. Once again, Kano bowed, this time even more deeply. Oh, and one more thing, Kano. Yes, sir. Sasayama has regained consciousness. I thought you'd like to know. Sasayama? They were able to save him? I got a call from the hospital. Looks like he's going to pull through. That's great. Really great news. Tears of relief came to Kano's eyes. And if Osawa was able to get the lock at the lab open, he should also have been able to get Maria the antiviral without any further difficulty. Kano dragged Palmer to his feet, then undid the handcuff from his own wrist, using it to properly bind his captive. The metal ring snapped shut with a soft, satisfying click. Palmer limply hung his head. It was over. It was all finally over. It really had been quite a day, Kano reflected. Beyond all the challenges he'd faced, he had come face to face with his own shortcomings. Now he knew what a long way he had to go to be the man he wanted to be. But at least he'd learned what it truly meant to be a detective. Kuze was muttering to himself nearby. I mean, you don't even look alike, but... The director shook his head and cleared his throat. You know, Kano, for a second there you look just like Tatano. Really, sir? What is with this face? Kano smiled, fussing sheepishly with his hair. Kuze's words were the finest praise he could have asked for. Someday, he hoped he really might be a detective like Tatano. No, you don't want to be that. No, he decided he would be. And until then, he'd never give up on that dream. It might be a long, long road, but he would walk it. Kano looked up into the sky. The neon lights of the city shone from all over. This was the same old Shibuya that it always was, but one that looked at now with new eyes. Well, he looked at now with new eyes. A keep out though, yo. Okay. It's not an end, it's just a keep out. We still got some loose ends here. Like, what's going on with you? Because I never even got to the point where everything's scattered for him. Didn't feel right. Alright, Stanley dialed Achi Endo's number. Please don't let me be too late, he muttered to himself as he waited for the call to connect. Yes! Achi was quick to pick up. Mr. Stanley? Let's switch. This is getting deep. Eventually, Achi spotted Kano on the far edge of the crowd. The detective pumped his fist in victory. It looked like he'd gotten Alphard to cough up the password. Thank goodness. Finally, some really good news. Now Hitomi and Maria were both safe. The surge of relief ran through Achi's body. Unexpectedly, his cell phone rang. It was Stanley. Mr. Stanley, what's going on? How did the negotiations go? Achi quickly filled him in on the good news. The detective caught Alphard. He got him to give up the password, and I think he's called the folks at the lab. Does that mean the case is closed then? No, not yet. Right now I need you to do exactly as I tell you. For a moment, Achi's head swam. This isn't over yet. Why? What's going on? You want to save Hitomi, then shut up and listen, Stanley barked. Alright. Tell me what to do. First, you need to power down Hitomi's cell phone. Turn off her phone? What for? Was Stanley serious or just messing with them? I'm pretty sure there's a bomb somewhere near your location. A bomb? Achi's voice squeaked into falsetto. The guy that Kano just apprehended is a decoy. The real Alphard is planning to eliminate Hitomi and the false Alphard at the same time. Eliminate both Hitomi and his own decoy? Why would he do that? And if the guy they just captured was a fake, then who was the real Alphard? He couldn't wrap his head around it. The more he tried, the more his thoughts became a jumbled mess. Listen, first turn off that cell phone. Then go and look for the bomb. Okay, got it. Right now, he just needed to do what Stanley told him to do. He didn't have time to make sense of the situation. Hanging up, he called out to Hitomi. Hitomi, you have to turn off your cell phone. She stared back at him, too confused to act. Look, just hurry up and do it. Right, okay. Pulling her phone from her pocket, she switched the power off. Then, Achi turned in Kano's direction. Detective! He shouted. Kano was looking toward him, seemingly already aware that something was amiss. Detective, that's not the real Alphard. He's a fake. A fake? Kano looked understandably shocked. Yeah, I just got a call from Stanley. He said the real Alphard is planning to get rid of both Hitomi and the fake with some kind of bomb. Maybe don't shout that across a crowded... Oh, alright. Kano hurriedly turned back to the fake Alphard and began a fresh barrage of questions. Meanwhile, Achi's mind was racing again. The bomb was meant to wipe out both Hitomi and the imposter. It would have to be pretty powerful. So it couldn't be anything particularly small. Where could the bomb be hidden then? Achi scanned the area but didn't spot any place that seemed plausible. Kano made his way over to Hitomi. Pardon me, miss. I just need to search you real quick. Wait, had Hitomi been planted with a bomb? Achi, keep an eye on this guy, Kano said. If he tries anything funny, feel free to punch his lights out. Okay, sure thing. Achi took up watch over the decoy Alphard. The guy was handcuffed, but he was still a diabolical terrorist. Achi knew he couldn't let his guard down for a moment. He kept a close eye on the fake, ready to knock him cold with the first sign of mischief. Meanwhile, Kano continued to search Hitomi. Did you buy all of the jewelry and accessories you're wearing yourself? Yes, most of them. The ring I got from my sister. What about your clothes? Oh, I bought them just this afternoon. The top I was wearing before got torn. I see. Then as Kano continued his search, he cried out suddenly in realization. Hitomi, you have to give me your cell phone. It's a bomb. Hitomi hurriedly pulled out her cell phone and handed it to Kano. Achi looked on in alarm as he realized the detective was going to turn the phone on. Stop! Don't turn that thing on! Kano froze at Achi's sudden shout. Why not? The detective quirked a quizzical eyebrow. Oh no, it's just what Stanley said. He told me to make sure her phone stayed off. The blood drained visibly from Kano's face. Quickly pulling out his own cell phone, Kano dialed up the police. He launched into a discussion involving a lot of cop jargon that made no sense to Achi. But one thing seemed clear. Hitomi's phone itself might be the bomb. But wait. Achi found himself doubting the phone bomb idea because it would have exploded way back when the minivan blew up. If Hitomi hadn't brought her cell phone with her, what would have happened then? That just mean there would be no explosion here? He didn't buy it. Surely Alphard would have thought of a way to eliminate Hitomi and the decoy crook whether she had her phone on her or not. It was too worrying a prospect to ignore. Achi waited impatiently for Kano to hang up, then asked, Well, what do we do? For now, just let me handle this. We don't know when or how this thing might explode. You guys get out of here. Kano set the cell phone down on the ground and started to put some distance between himself and it. Achi followed after him, dragging the fake Alphard along. So it was over the loudspeakers, it wasn't the phone. Suddenly there was a tremendous boom and a furious impact ripped through Achi's body. I knew it, Achi thought as he lay crumpled on the pavement. Hitomi's cell phone was powered off, so it couldn't have been the bomb. Something else must have exploded instead. It was the last thought Achi ever had. So it's not the phone, but the bomb explodes. That's a new one. That's a keep out. That's a bad end. Let's go back to Stanley. Achi's quick to pick up. Mr. Stanley, what's going on? I knew I should have just pressed X like 1 or 2 more times. Alright then, so... time to do this jump point. Okay. Now, please don't let me be too late, he muttered to himself as he waited for the call to connect. Achi was quick to pick up. Mr. Stanley, what's going on? How did negotiations go? The detective called Alphard. Achi replied happily. He got him to give up the password, and I think he's called the folks at the lab. Does that mean the case is closed then? No, not yet. Right now I need you to do exactly as I tell you. There's a pause before Achi responded. Why? What's going on? You want to save Hitomi, then shut up and listen, Stanley snapped. Alright. Tell me what to do. First, you need to power down Hitomi's cell phone. Turn off her phone? What for? Pretty sure there's a bomb somewhere near your location. Stanley tried to keep his voice as calm and steady as possible. A bomb? Achi's voice squeaked into falsetto. The guy that Kano just apprehended is a decoy. The real Alphard is planning to eliminate Hitomi and the false Alphard at the same time. Stanley didn't have time to explain that Kanan was Alphard. Besides, it only confused the matter all the more at this point. Listen, first turn off that cell phone. Then go and look for the bomb. Okay, got it. Achi hung up. Hopefully the team at the Scramble will be able to pull through. Now, Stanley needs to focus on capturing Alphard. He tightened his grip on the steering wheel. His emotions were coming on far too strongly for him to keep them in check. In the back of his mind, Stanley thought about the last he'd ever seen of Frank. There had been nothing left of his brother but a bloodied hand reaching out from beneath the rubble. Even since that day, since that very moment, Jack Stanley had sworn vengeance upon Alphard. He would never forget the rage he'd felt at having what was left of his family taken from him. Hey Jack, so this is all tidied up, I'm gonna need a drink. So you and me have a beer together. Sure. You got it. Stanley sprang into action, leading away the throng of panicking citizens. But all the while, he couldn't help but worry about Frank. We've got almost 30 minutes left. He'll be fine. Backup will definitely be here in time. He did his utmost to reassure himself, but still the doubts gnawed. When the bomb squad descended upon the area, clad in their protective gear, Stanley shot a look at his watch. Explosive Ordnance Disposal, EOD suits, also commonly called bomb suits or blast suits, worn during bomb disposal operations to protect the wearer from the shock of a blast, or from any hurled fragments an explosion may produce. Such a suit is, however, wholly inadequate to protect the wearer from a large, powerful explosive, such as several hundred grams of C4, detonated at a close range. He felt a surge of relief. Only about 15 minutes had passed. There was still plenty of time for them to deactivate the bomb with their liquid nitrogen. Thank God. Frank's going to be alright. But he got no chance to relish that thought. There was an ear-splitting boom as a powerful shockwave shook the area. Stanley whirled back around, staring in horror at the place that his brother had been. Nothing remained but a mound of rubble. A later investigation will reveal that the timer on the bomb's exterior had been a mere ruse. The explosive had never linked to a timer at all. Instead, it had been detonated via remote control. Electrical detonators capable of triggering an explosion with electrical current were invented. They quickly rendered old-style fuses obsolete. In the modern day, many terrorists use small electronics such as cellular phones and keyless entry remotes for cars as explosive triggers. Alphard had deceived them, using a visible timer to lull them into a false sense of security. Stanley had managed to save many lives that day, to be sure, but it had come at the cost of his own brother's life. Had he really made the best decisions he could have made? He was still asking himself the same question over and over, even now. But no matter how much he blamed himself, it wouldn't bring Frank back. If there was one thing he could still do for his brother, it was getting revenge on Alphard with his own hands. Stanley had been in constant pursuit of Alphard ever since. He would stoop to any level for information without remorse. His opponent was someone who would do anything at all to achieve a goal. It only made sense for him to do the same. At some point, he'd stopped even hesitating to get his own hands dirty. He would charge headlong to any danger if he sensed Alphard's presence. Even his own life was a price he was willing to pay in the name of vengeance. He had never hoped to latch his jaws into his quarry's throat if he behaved like prey himself. He must be the greater predator. He would cast aside his humanity, will become a blood-stained beast if that improved his chances at the hunt. For the hunt was all that mattered. Well, all that mattered, according to them. Pursuit of Alphard had become his only purpose. So it had been for the past 2 years. Now those years flashed through Stanley's mind at the blink of an eye. As he came back into the moment, he marveled at his own ferocity and at the depth of the wound he'd suffered. If I don't sink to her level, I'll never be able to beat her. Stanley's heart had room for nothing but revenge. The law wasn't going to punish Alphard. Stanley was. He didn't care if anyone else thought it was a petty vendetta. Only someone who'd suffered the loss of a loved one at the hands of a vicious killer could understand his seething resentment. The Koshi Pharmaceutical Lab finally came into view. A large billow of black smoke was rising from one of the building's windows. Stanley felt a chill in the pit of his stomach. He hopped out of the car and then gasped. Tatano. The detective was sprawled face down on the ground outside the laboratory, his gun still in his hand. Blood had pooled around his head. He'd been shot at close range. Death would have been instantaneous. All too late, Stanley felt the full weight of his mistake. Tatano had gone up against an opponent who was out of his league and had gotten himself killed. And Stanley had put him up to it. Should never have let Tatano try to handle the situation on his own. He should have done whatever it took to stop the detective. Must have been some way he could have averted this disaster. I gotta tell him to stall. Yep, that was it. Saving Maria is your top priority. There had been no hesitation in Tatano's words. Stanley had known how badly the man wanted to save Maria. That's why he deferred to the detective's judgment. Now he was faced with the results of his own naivete. The smoke pouring from the building showed no signs of diminishing. In all likelihood, the lab had been destroyed with a bomb. Alphard's plan had run its course before Stanley had even got there. He couldn't forgive himself for having been so thoroughly outwitted. Nor would he ever forgive Alphard for what the terrorist had done. Anger erupted inside him, raging like hellfire, driving him on to action. Death would be too kind a fate for Alphard, now more than ever before the thirst for vengeance consumed him. But even as he began to stalk toward the laboratory, a bullet caught Stanley in the abdomen. For a moment he couldn't process what had happened. There was an intense searing pain that spread through his gut. Warm liquid began to soak through his shirt. Then a figure emerged from within the smoke. "I've been waiting for you to show up, Jack." Another bullet tore through Stanley's body. Time seemed to slow for him. He watched the spray of blood scattering like a crimson mist. "Alphard." Stanley hissed the word through clenched teeth. Out of pure, stubborn spite, he managed to stay on his feet, tottering toward his foe. He raised his gun. He didn't stop pulling the trigger until the very moment his world went dark. Defiant to the last. Alright, I need to tell him to stall. Okay, find some way to stall till I get there. She realizes we're on to her. You're done for. Tatano hung up without saying anything. Okay, I saw the save, so that should suffice. Okay. We're going to be so far back with him. Okay, I just cut all of that out. Getting back to this point, I forgot he did call Kano. And we just got this. Once he heard Kano's confirmation, Tatano hung up. This is a long chapter. I mean, it is a 2-hour block, but still. How many bad endings are there? The same old Shibuya, new eyes, okay. His cell phone rang. Tatano's name appeared on the incoming call display. Kano quickly picked up. "Detective Tatano, what's going on?" "Need to get Hitomi Osawa to safety immediately. Alphard isn't trying to get at her blood. He wants her eliminated." "What?" Tatano wasn't making any sense. Alphard, Palmer, had already been arrested. The threat was over now. "Hurry!" Tatano barked. "Yes, sir." "Detective!" Achi called out suddenly. He was standing with Hitomi and the others near the statue of Hachiko. "Detective! That's not the real Alphard, he's a fake!" "A fake?" "Yeah, I just got a call from Stanley." Kano didn't want to believe it. If this Alphard was just a decoy, that meant the real culprit was elsewhere, still on the loose. Achi's voice rang with desperation. He said the real Alphard is planning to get rid of both Hitomi and the fake with some kind of bomb. To get rid of Hitomi? That lined up with what Tatano had just called to warn him about. It must be true then. Once again, Kano tensed. A bomb? But where? "Get me the Explosive Ordnance Division," someone squawked. A team made up of Tokyo Metropolitan Police Department Security Bureau's 1st, 2nd, 3rd, and 6th riot police units, as well as the support vehicle unit. No need for the 4th and 5th ones. Division members are trained in explosives disposal. Typically, a dangerous explosive is frozen with liquid nitrogen and moved away from the site via support vehicle. The bomb is then detonated in a safe location. Explosives are almost never dismantled on site. "We've got an emergency here!" It was Kuze, practically screaming into his cell phone. "We're at the scramble outside the station, hurry!" The director started running toward the precinct, still shouting as he wove his way through the crowd. Kano felt himself starting to panic. If Hitomi and Palmer were the targets, the bomb had to be nearby. He stormed over to his captive. "Okay, where's the bomb?" he demanded. What are you talking about?" "Don't play dumb with me." "I already told you the password," Palmer said. "What point would there be in keeping things from you now?" He had a point. If he had known about the existence of the bomb, he'd kept it a secret so far. Getting him to reveal it now would not be easy. Kano decided to just have to go look for it himself. He took a deep breath and tried to think logically. If he were Alphard, what would he do? How could he ensure that he'd eliminate both Hitomi and the fake Alphard at the same time? Where would he plant a bomb in order to pull that off? On the fake. Probably no other way because he could possibly have planted it. On Hitomi, no, because we learned with Achi that it's somewhere else. In a minivan? He's going to try the same ploy all over again. Kind of thought back to the other van explosion earlier that afternoon. Alphard would need an explosion big enough to wipe out both Hitomi and the fake Alphard, even if they got separated. With that in mind, rather than plant a bomb in one fixed spot, he would use a minivan, which could be moved to wherever Hitomi and Palmer happen to be. Achi, it's in a minivan! Look for a minivan! Kano scanned the area. There were plenty of vehicles parked all around, but no minivans. This seems strange. If the two intended victims were here now, he'd expect the bomb to be somewhere near as well. Still, he didn't spot a minivan anywhere. Kano ground his teeth in frustration, sweat practically pouring from his forehead. Was he wrong in his assumption? If he was wrong, where else could the bomb be hidden? His mind began to run in circles. Okay, you can do this, he told himself. Focus, just think. Focus, think. He had to trust himself and then take action. He decided he'd just have to start checking whatever vehicles were close by. Leaving the fake Alphard under SOS's watch, he ran for the nearest parked car. He peered in through the side windows. There didn't appear to be anything suspicious inside. Of course, if the bomb were set in the engine compartment or the trunk, a cursory check like this would never find it. Still, he hurried toward the next car. He had to trust his detective's instincts. If he couldn't spot the bomb itself in a vehicle, maybe something else would alert him to its presence. Alphard had a certain criminal signature that Kano was sure would linger. Nothing abnormal here. No problems here. Not this one either. With each car he checked, Kano's panic rose. About 2 minutes must have passed since he'd started searching for the bomb. Already more than 15 had passed since Palmer had appeared on the scene. The detonation could come at any moment now. Kano felt he might crumple under the weight of fear. It might already be too late. He felt utterly defeated. And then he saw it. A small, boxy minivan. It was racing right toward him. That was it. It had to be. The van drew steadily closer, streaming a massive plume of white smoke. Kano sprang into action. Stop! Stop that vehicle! He rushed right into the minivan's path, bracing himself to stop it with his own body if necessary. That is a dumb idea. The driver's compartment was filled with white smoke, making it impossible for him to see who was driving. The van might be unmanned. Stop! Kano shouted again. He knew it was probably pointless, but he had to try. Dang! Kano whirled around. He could see countless bloody bodies scattered across the pavement. What the hell had just happened? It wasn't the minivan that had exploded. The bomb must have been hidden someplace else. No. How? Kano crumpled to his knees. The minivan drove right on past him. A chilling breeze in its wake washed over him like the winds of despair. So then, the bomb explodes. Was it on Palmer? Regardless, let's see what happens with Stanley. Oh, I should probably go back to Tatano. And let's also try to make sure he'll go into this with a level head. To get my revenge, what would Frank think? Stanley pictured his younger brother. It wasn't with a smile on his face. The realization gave him pause. In the end, killing Alphard wouldn't bring his brother back. That went without saying. But although he could see now that revenge was an absurd goal, his heart still churned deep and dark with resentment. Finally, the Koshi Pharmaceutical Laboratory came into view. There were two people standing outside the front gate. Yes! It was Tatano and the girl who was pretending to be Kanan. Each had a gun drawn on the other. Somehow Stanley had made it in time. He pulled his car up alongside them and reached down into the gun sleeve concealed beside his seat. He pulled out a .44 caliber Desert Eagle. Dang, got a deagle on him. One of the most powerful semi-automatic handguns in the world. A semi-automatic handgun designed by Minnesota-based Magnum Research Inc. and manufactured by Israeli Weapon Industries. There are various models chambered for different rounds. The largest, the 50 Action Express, is exceptionally powerful by semi-automatic handgun standards. His orders were to apprehend Alphard. The smaller Glock in his shoulder holster might be better suited to that end. Even so, he opted for the deagle. Getting out of the car, he started pacing toward the young woman. Stanley. Tatano glanced over at him, his face pale. Stanley gave a silent nod in reply. He could see the hint of a smile on the girl's face. Probably a smile of overconfidence. Well, her brazenness would get her no further. I got in touch with the others, Stanley said. Told him to turn off Hitomi Osawa's cell phone. He could see her eyes react. I imagine that by now, they've also managed to deal with the bomb you planted on your decoy. Well, thank you for telling me where the bomb is. The young woman remained silent. And of course, they managed to bypass the lock inside the lab. You know what this means. Your little plan has failed. Completely. Stanley could see the girl's stare sharpen. He chased Alphard all around the world only to arrive here at last, in this little island nation. It had been a long, long journey, and he'd spent a long time suffering. Now both the journey and the suffering would be over. We meet at last, Alphard. Okay. Well, that's the end of Stanley's story. All right. I guess we can wrap up Tatano as well. Tatano said, I don't want to pull this trigger if I don't have to. Let's go with this. It's not that you don't want to pull that trigger. It's that you can't pull that trigger. You took another step closer. You're still traumatized from that time you let your friend's wife die. Okay. Alright, new stuff. Katone's final moments flash through Tatano's mind. This is as she's advancing on him like, oh, you can't shoot. If he hadn't fired back then, maybe Kotone would still be alive. No, she'd probably be dead. Either way, my friend's entire life was changed because of you. Why hadn't he decided, or tried to talk the culprit down? He knew the reason why. Because he'd loved Kotone. He still loved her even after she'd become Daisuke's wife. His desire to be the one who saved her had warped his sense of judgment when things had come down to the wire. Tatano, do you not enjoy being with me? There's a forlorn look on Katone's face. It wasn't that he didn't enjoy being with her. Her very presence soothed them. But the more serious their relationship had grown, the more it tore at Tatano's heart. The truth was that he didn't really know what happiness was, so he was incapable of making someone else happy. Getting a little too real here. If it were possible, he'd want Katone to be smiling always. And that meant her being with someone other than him. I think it would be best if we stopped seeing each other. Tatano blurted out the words bluntly, and Katone's face fell. He hadn't broken up with her because of any lack of feeling for her. Rather, the impulse had actually sprung out of his pursuit of human warmth, and his growing fear of losing it. He'd just been so uneasy. More than anything, he'd been afraid that he wanted too much love and affection from Katone. Bit by bit, Tatano lowered his gun, his hand even more unsteady. His heart was on the cusp of breaking. And still, Kano continued with her diabolic whispering. You can go ahead and kill me. But if it turns out I'm not Alphard, what then? Now she stared at Tatano with an almost pitiable look. You'll have once more done something that you can never undo. Something I can never undo. Tatano repeated the words dully, feeling himself forced into a trance. That's right. Did you ever accept that? No, I couldn't make the same mistake. His whole body felt like it might fall apart. He wanted to drop to the ground and curl up in a ball like a child. And that's why you can't shoot anyone. I can't shoot anyone. As Tatano muttered the words, Kano's face appeared in the back of his mind. I can! Tears fell from Kano's eyes as he looked down the barrel of his gun at Tatano. He'd become a detective who didn't lose sight of what he was supposed to protect, no matter the situation. Tatano had nearly forgotten. Nearly abandoned his inward promise to be a detective worthy of that final salute Kano had given him. He brought his gun back up to bear. Don't be absurd, Kanan mocked. You can't shoot anyone. Actually, I can. Words creaked dryly from Tatano's throat. When there's something I'm supposed to protect, I can shoot. The memory of Kano weeping but taking aim had given him the resolve he needed to face down an opponent who ought to have terrified him. I learned that from someone who was terrible at his job. Kanan's eyes went cold. Immediately she lifted up her gun again. Once more their eyes locked, sparks of hostility crackling between them. But almost immediately, Tatano could sense the difference in skill between his opponent and himself. The young woman radiated a deadly aura. The force of her stare was like a knife pressed to his throat. She had borne witness to carnage and bloodshed, the likes of which he couldn't even imagine. He couldn't win this. She would kill him, guaranteed. Tatano braced himself for death, never taking his eyes off Kanan's. If nothing else, he needed to buy time for Kano to get that password. But could he do that, given the opponent he faced? Yes. Somehow he would do it. As a detective. As a man. Even if he had to give his own life to succeed. Even if I couldn't come close to making up for the sins. Oh, even if it couldn't come close to making up for the sins he had committed. And then that's when Stanley showed up. Okay. So we wrapped up Minorikawa, we wrapped up Tatano, we wrapped up Stanley. That just leaves Achi and Kano. And I learned where it is from Stanley. On the fake, there was no other place he could possibly have planted it. Kano began to pat Palmer down carefully. "Achi," he shouted. "Check the case, hurry!" He gestured to the attaché case Palmer had been carrying. "Don't move." Kano searched through his captive's jacket and the pockets of his pants. I forgot he was carrying a case with him. But he came up with nothing. Perhaps Alphard had fitted the bomb into the man's watch or belt? "Stop this. I'm not carrying a bomb." "Shut your mouth." But Kano couldn't spot anything suspicious about the watch or the belt either. He clenched his jaw in frustration. Did Palmer really not have it after all? "Detective!" It was Achi. He looked alarmed. Kano hurried over to him, dragging Palmer along. When he looked inside the attaché case, Palmer's face went pale. "No, it can't be. Alphard? Why?" His voice was hoarse with betrayal. Then he abruptly broke into stilted laughter. Hey, trust that someone really does make you blind. Such a simple childish ruse. It went right under my nose." Palmer looked over at Kano. "We need to get out of here immediately," he said. "That right there is C4. A plastic explosive created for military use. The chief component is RDX, trimethylene trinitramine, which is combined with a plasticizer such as diacetyl sebacate. It is highly reliable and is used by many military forces around the world, most notably the U.S. Armed Forces. A high-yield plastic explosive used by the military. And that's enough to blow this whole area to smithereens." A chill ran up Kano's spine. Do not let this man go," he said, handing Palmer over to Susumu. "Got it, just leave it to us." Susumu signaled to his followers, who immediately dumped Palmer unceremoniously on the ground. That is a lot. Kano carefully inspected the inside of the attaché case. Achi had found a false bottom in the case. The space beneath it was indeed packed full of plastic explosives. Set within it was what looked like a detonator. Kano didn't know much about bomb disposal. He'd only been taught the very basics during his police academy training. Nonetheless, something drew his eye. A microphone. There was a parabolic microphone attached to the detonator. In all likelihood, the detonator had been set to go off in response to some sort of sound. "Hey, detective, is that thing going to explode or not?" Achi's voice was shaky. "It looks like it's sound activated, but it hasn't gone off just from having people talking nearby. That means it must be set to explode in response to a specific sound trigger." "Specific sound, huh?" Achi took a moment to think. "That's it! Must be Hitomi's ringtone. That's why Stanley had me power her cell phone off." "So that means we're safe then?" Hitomi asked. "It's not going to explode anymore, right?" Kano tried to fight back any feelings of relief. They couldn't forget that this was Alphard they were dealing with. Assuming they were safe would be a dangerous mistake. Carefully lifting up the detonator, Kano spotted another cable connected to the bomb. As calmly as he could, he tried to remove the plastic explosive from the attaché case. He quickly discovered that the thinly stretched sheet of plastic explosive was only an intermediate layer concealing a second false bottom. A small timer had been set beneath it. There is not just a sound trigger. Kano's mouth had gone dry. His voice came out as a whisper. The bomb has also been fitted with a countdown timer. Stanley had been right on the mark. The ringtone of Hitomi's cell phone would trigger the explosion. That way Alphard could eliminate both her and his stooge Palmer at the same time. But just in case the sound trigger were discovered, as a backup, the bomb had also been rigged to explode after a set time. Kano speed dialed his boss. Director Kuze! Where's that bomb squad? 151. 150. Not even 2 minutes left to go. It didn't look like the explosive ordnance unit would make it in time. Kano scanned the area, weighing his options. He noticed Achi standing right beside the bomb case. Achi, he called out. Leave that thing and get out of here. But Achi didn't move. No way. He sat down, the attaché case cradled in his arms. Achi, what the hell are you doing? I'm not going anywhere until everyone's made it to safety. Detective, you need to get these people someplace safe right away. Clear the area first and I'll go. There's no way I can do that. Damn it, don't you want to save these people too? Kano bit his lower lip in frustration. Achi was right. If the bomb went off amidst a crowd like this, there was no telling how many casualties there'd be. One does not simply cover C4 though. It's still going to be crazy. He needed to do whatever he could as quickly as possible. Get back, everybody get back! Achi shouted at the top of his lungs. There's a bomb! Everyone get out of here! Just run! Following his lead, Kano started directing nearby civilians to safety. Hitomi, Susumu, and the others added their voices his. There's a bomb! Everybody run! Get away as fast as you can! Please, you all have to get out of here! But the crowd wasn't listening to their warnings. On the contrary, some people hurried closer to see what the commotion was all about. It was no use. They were out of time. Kano had to save Achi at least. He turned back to him and called out. Achi, that's enough! Leave the bomb and let's go! Achi, Hitomi shouted. Come on! But Achi only clutched the bomb more tightly. What are you doing? Kano screamed. Come with us, hurry! Still, Achi would not move. Susumu's face went pale. Wait. Achi, your leg! What about my leg? Earlier, when you kicked that steel pipe. What the heck? Finally, Kano understood. It wasn't that Achi didn't want to move. He couldn't move. So he decided to get all heroic and use himself as a human shield to minimize the impact of the explosion on everybody else. That idiot, Kano muttered. If his leg was busted, why didn't he say so? How'd he even make it this far? There couldn't be much time left. If Kano rushed to help him now, he might not make it to safety before the bomb went off. He had to make a decision. Couldn't just rush in without a plan. The detective needed both a cool mind and a fiery spirit. And the more heated the situation was, the more he needed to stay cool. He could feel the muscles in his legs begin to stiffen. He did his best to slow his racing heartbeat as his mind sought desperately for a way out of this situation. His eyes remained fixed on Achi holding that bomb in his arms. Knowing that it could explode at any moment made it almost impossible to think. The harder he tried to calm himself, the more his panic grew. He cursed himself for not leaping into action immediately. He should have acted before thinking. Oh, now you say that. That was the only thing he was good at. And still he stood frozen, staring at Achi. Then he felt the hairs rise up on the back of his neck. White smoke was pouring from an approaching minivan. The vehicle teetered to a stop along the shoulder of the road. Still, the smoke spilled out, roiling from a partly open window. Kano could feel a strange chill in the air. Is that? Instinctively, he rushed toward it. Oh my God. All this time. All this time. The level of foreshadowing Chunsoft is there. Let me just make sure. Yep, Spike Chunsoft, so this is not Axis. Okay, so yeah, the 999 comparisons were wrong earlier, but Chunsoft are next level when it comes to foreshadowing. Peering through the minivan's windows, he saw a clunky box-shaped device in the back. It was rumbling fiercely, spitting out an unending mound of white clumps. They're going to use the dry ice. The dry ice machine. A dry ice machine. Hey, Kano yelled, banging hard on the door. Open up! By freezing a bomb that used an electronic activation trigger, it was possible to kill the battery cell and deactivate the detonator. The explosive ordnance unit used liquid nitrogen, but maybe dry ice could work as well. I cannot believe Chekhov's dry ice machine. Nitrogen that has been cooled to a liquid state with a temperature below negative 195.8 degrees Celsius can be poured onto explosives to stop the function of components such as the battery cell for the detonator. However, in situations where the surrounding area can be safely secured, it is preferable to destroy the explosive via detonation rather than simply arrest its function. Dry ice, carbon dioxide in its solid state. Because it evaporates at minus 79 degrees Celsius at standard atmospheric pressure, it must be kept refrigerated or it rapidly dissipates into mist. Thus, its use in smoke fog machines, the odds of dry ice being able to stop the detonator of a bomb are quite low. Battery cells do lose electromotive force in a sub-zero environment, but there is no guarantee that this would actually work. But it's better than nothing. There were 3 men inside the vehicle. Kano shouted at the one in the driver's seat, I need to borrow that machine. Oh yeah, they, how are they not dead? Huh? And they replied in a lethargic drawl. Oh wait, man, we haven't even paid this thing off yet. There was no time to explain or negotiate. Kano was just going to have to take it by force. Hold it right there. Another man appeared suddenly in front of the vehicle. The pushy fellow Kano had run into at the scene of the explosion. You guys are with the Wandering Angels Theater Troupe, yeah? He said to the van's occupants. Episode 6, the finale. The minivan carrying Tezuka, Bando, and Amo veered wildly through the streets of Shibuya, leaving a trail of white smoke in its wake. The trio, now definitely impaired by oxygen deprivation, came close to causing several accidents. Teetering on the brink of consciousness, they were still trying to reach Endo Electronics when they ran into Kano and his companions instead. After Kano takes the machine off their hands, the three will happily head back to the theater, clean up, crack open some beers, and look back over one long, crazy day. Finn. He pointed at the dry ice machine. That thing's defective. The guy from the electronics store said he'd refund your deposit. Huh? For real? Yeah, he told me to tell you that the machine has been recalled. Telling him this like hours later. We'll bring it back for you, so hurry up and open the door. Yeah, okay. The newcomer helped the 3 men unload the dry ice machine from the minivan. Then he turned to Kano. I got hyped when I saw Minorikawa, I'm not gonna lie. Here. Hurry up and take it, he shouted. Right, thanks. Kano wasn't sure what was going on, but he took the machine and ran, pushing it ahead of him across the pavement. Achi! Hitomi wailed, tears in her eyes. The detective blew right past her, trailing a billowing plume of white smoke in his wake. Please let me make it in time. Please let me make it in time. Please let me make it in time. Kano let loose a wild yell. He ran as fast as his legs would take him toward Achi and the bomb. I feel like Achi's gonna have to do something. But I'm gonna have to go through a lot of dialogue here. Oh, no, wait, okay. Okay, meanwhile, Achi's mind was racing again. If the bomb meant to wipe out both Hitomi and the imposter, it had to be pretty powerful. Couldn't be anything particularly small. Where could the bomb be hidden then? Achi scanned the area but didn't spot any place that seemed plausible. Then his eyes happened to alight on the attaché case the decoy had discarded. Could it be? No sooner had his suspicions been aroused than he heard Kano call out to him. Achi, check the case, hurry! He hurriedly opened the attaché case and searched the interior. But the only things inside were pieces of medical equipment, tubes and syringes and the like. There was nothing that looked remotely like a bomb. Still, where else could the bomb possibly be hidden? Damn it! He had to find the explosive, and soon. He took another hard look at the case. Flip it over. Achi lifted the attaché case up high and flipped it upside down. As he was about to throw it, he heard a faint metallic sound. Quickly, he lowered the case again. He was certain the noise had come from inside. Once more, he opened the case and looked inside. But still, he saw nothing of note. He tossed the medical equipment aside and slowly tilted the case from side to side. Although it looked empty, there was a distinct sound of something metal sliding back and forth. Hold on, could it be? Achi tugged at the case's inner lining, quickly tearing it free. When he looked behind it, his eyes went wide. A thin layer of something that resembled white clay had been affixed inside the cover of the case. Several wires connected it to a small electronic device. This was it. The bomb really was inside the attaché case. Here it is, he shouted to Kano. I found it! Kano hurried over, bringing his captive with him. There, Mr. Palmer, take a look. When he saw what was inside the attaché case, the fake Alphard went pale. No, it can't be. Alphard, why? His voice was hoarse with betrayal. Then abruptly he broke into stilted laughter. Hey, trusting someone really does make you blind. Such a simple childish ruse. And went right under my nose. The fake Alphard Palmer looked over at Kano. We need to get out of here immediately, he said. That right there is C4, a high-yield plastic explosive used by the military. And that's enough to blow this whole area to smithereens. Blow the whole area to smithereens? Achi pictured Shibuya reduced to a blasted ruin. Meanwhile, Kano frantically began searching the inside of the attaché case. A microphone, Kano muttered. Hey, detective, is that thing going to explode or not? Achi tried and failed to keep his voice from wavering. It looks like it's sound activated, but it hasn't gone off just from having people talking nearby. That means it must be set to explode in response to a specific sound trigger. Specific sound, huh? Now Achi understood Stanley's instructions. That's it. It must be Hitomi's ringtone. That's why Stanley had me power her cell phone off. So that means we're safe then, Hitomi asked. It's not going to explode anymore, right? Maybe, but I wouldn't bet our lives on it. Kano continued his examination of the case. He carefully loosened the bomb and the cables pulled them away from the lid of the case. Pulling them carefully away, whatever. The sight made Achi's heart leap. And Kano went shocked still, as if caught in a hungry predator's gaze. There's not just a sound trigger. The detective's voice was a raspy whisper. The bomb has also been fitted with a countdown timer. Achi could see the timer now. It had been planted underneath the plastic explosive. His blood ran cold. Director Kuze, where is that bomb squad? While Kano made a desperate call to the police, Achi picked up the attaché case and peered inside. The digital timer was steadily ticking down the seconds. Achi scanned the nearby area. There were too many people around the scramble. Hitomi was there. Susumu was there. Several more of his old pals, along with a bunch of innocent bystanders. The people are the lifeblood, Achi reminded himself. The blood that coursed through the body that was the city. Like cells, they brought to life the city he so loved. And Achi wanted to be the one of the red, or was it white, blood cells of Shibuya. Achi, Kano called out, leave that thing and get out of here. No way. Achi sat down, cradling the case in his arms. Achi, what the hell are you doing? I'm not going anywhere until everyone's made it to safety. Detective, you need to get these people someplace safe right away. There's really a minute 50 left. It would have been past, like, with all the stuff that was going on with Kano and Minorikawa. Clear the area first and I'll go. Like, we got some DBZ syndrome here. But there's no way I can do that. Damn it, don't you want to save these people? Achi snapped. Kano bit his lower lip. Tomi wrapped her arms around Achi from behind. Achi, don't do this. Tell me you need to get out of here too. Why? Why are you acting so crazy? Tears blurred her words and he could feel her trembling against them. It doesn't matter, just get as far away as you can. No, I'm not leaving you. After the day they'd spent together, Achi knew full well that telling Hitomi something once wasn't enough to get her to listen. That stubbornness was also one of the many things that made her so amazing in his eyes. Hitomi. Achi clasped one of her hands tightly. Please, this is the one favor I will ever ask you. His voice came out oddly soft and gentle. All right, she told him. But let me just say one thing first. There's still so many things I want to talk to you about. So much more that I want to know about you. So please, Achi, don't you die on me. Hey, don't worry. Once everyone's made it to safety, I'll clear out of here right away. Hitomi squeezed his hand, then got up and silently hurried away. Susumu, you and SOS start getting people out of the area. Yeah, alright. Susumu turned away and spurred the gang into motion. Then for an instant, Achi's eyes met Kano's. Achi gave a tiny nod and looked down at the timer. 119, 118. Get back, Achi shouted at the top of his lungs. Everybody get back! There's a bomb! He held the attaché case tight around himself as he continued shouting. He ran his voice raw, trying to warn the crowd away. Everyone get out of here, just run! Following his lead, Kano started directing nearby civilians to safety. There's a bomb, the detective shouted. Everybody run! Get away as fast as you can, Susumu waved his arms emphatically. Please, Hitomi added. You all have to get out of here. But the crowd didn't heed their warnings. At last, apparently deciding that time was up, Kano turned back to Achi. Achi, that's enough. Leave the bomb and let's go. You hear Susumu and Hitomi shouting as well. There's no time left, man! Achi, come on! 57, 56. The way Palmer had talked about this bomb, it sounded like a pretty dangerous one. Might be powerful enough to blow up the entire intersection. There were still so many people nearby. There's no chance they'd be able to get to safety in the few dozen seconds that remained. Achi needed to minimize the force of the blast as much as possible. He cradled the bomb more tightly to his chest, huddling over it. "What are you doing? Come with us, hurry!" screamed Kano. "I don't know how powerful this bomb is, but please God, let my body be enough to protect the people of Shibuya and to protect Hitomi." Achi squeezed his eyes tightly shut. "I'm sorry, Suzune. Looks like I won't be able to keep visiting you in the hospital anymore. You'll forgive me though, right? I stuck it through to the end just like you told me to. I didn't call it quits partway through. So whatever you do, you can't let that disease beat you. Don't you dare let it beat you." Achi drew a deep breath as he finished his solitary little prayer. He couldn't have more than a few seconds left to go. "Achi!" It was Hitomi. He was glad that her voice was the last thing in this world he'd ever hear. Or so he thought. "Achi, bring the bomb over here!" That wasn't Hitomi's voice. Achi opened his eyes and saw Kano racing toward him, pushing some big, weird piece of machinery. The detective flipped open the machine's cover to reveal a huge mound of dry ice. "Stick it in here. Flash freezing the timer ought to stop it." Achi did as he was told, shoving the attaché case into the dry ice. Kano helped him pile more dry ice on top of it. "Let's hope that's enough," Kano exclaimed. It looked like a man desperate for a miracle. They could see the timer displayed through a gap in the frozen hydrogen, still counting down. Was this not going to work? Achi and Kano held their breaths. What? 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 This is the final block. Well, yo, ran as fast as like tamed toward Achi and the bomb. What? Oh, wow. And then, oh, it's a circle and everything converges. Well, I thought this was going to be it. I guess we are going to have one more part, but this one should be up on Saturday, or Sunday rather. Next time, the epilogue of Let's Play 428 Shibuya Scramble. And I should be able to look into the alternate endings and stuff. Depending on what has to go into them, maybe I'll go for it. I don't know, we'll see. But yeah, thank you all for watching. Have a great day, and see you next time for the final part of this game. Goodbye.